Spoon, 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 gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon, gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon, gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat get found, you let my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? If I do that, if I do that,
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the beat. On the phone to get your information. On the phone to be my spoon, 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 spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you My brother, total spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, total spoon. Yeah, total spoon. You want to get a news update, total spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it.
Pleasant good evening and welcome to yet another edition of the Spawn Talk right here on Spawn 107.5. We are coming to you live from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Today is Friday, the first day of the month of August, and it's good to be here this evening as your producer to drive it through until later on tonight. So wherever you are and whatever you are doing, please keep a dial set. Let's have a wonderful time together. This is the Spawn Talk, your most captivating and thunderstriking nighttime show from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. With the time 11 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. And you can catch us up on our various social media platforms this evening. We are live on Spawn TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and with our social media handle. So you can catch us up live on all of these platforms. But we also on Spawn 107.5, and the program is simulcast on Fabric 101.1. So you can listen to us on those frequencies, and of course, you're going to have a blast. Now, on the first segment of the show, we like to open the lines to give you the opportunity to call in to tell us what's on your minds. So you'll be calling us on 0555 101075. 0555 101075 are the numbers you'll be calling us on. And the orange line is 0770 417724. 0770 417724. Those are the numbers to put it through, and you can make your import here. You can tell us what's on your minds. Maybe you want to speak to some of the trending national issues occurring in your various communities. You want to speak to them, call us on these numbers, and of course you're going to be live here on the show this evening. So let's go to the lines and talk to the very first person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear your name and where you join us from.
Thank you. Sugu for is one here in the community. Yegezi, I want to do the police people today. Thank you for charging the police woman. Say this to the IG. So situation are not happy. Don't conclude first. If you see first video that come out, it say it's clear. So that's to honor man the investigation. But Yegezi, the thing the woman did. You can even try again that very complete rulers. I'm Muslim by religion. They are not support that. That is, I will get the religion will be now call for that one. You be respectful. That's all you say more. The creator will obey the authority. But if even if the guy be that there is something I hear that is true. Our government can be rethink to say they say the delegation to Guinea for what? For what? You say delegation to Guinea for to do what? Because to tell you that Chonda, you want bad out. Man,
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out on the line. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening. Again.
Good evening.
I'm
Let's hear
Os-
you.
I'm Oscar Ziwe calling from Gamta City, Nima County.
Oscar, please go ahead.
You can see what all my mind have to do with our city of Gamta. You can see city, the second largest city within Liberia with restriction of being visiting. You can see for us that of that street light is very wonderful. And the second thing has to do with the police. You can see big city like Ganta with a population of almost 65 to 75,000 inhabitants. We don't have, the police don't have vehicles, and only about 25 to 30 police assigned in the big city. So I want to call upon a representative institution like responsible for police and also the representative institution that are responsible for AEC. Let the government know that Ganta is one of the cities that produce the highest, besides the people of Monrovia, Ganta is one of the cities that produce more money for the government in the land of paying tax to government. For us to not have street light and everything is in darkness, it's not a good thing for the city.
What's wrong with the street lights that were in Ganta?
There is no street light. Here for yourself and see.
But there used to be street lights. I think a year or two ago there were street lights in Ganta.
Since CDC left power and Unity Party came to power, the big men who have the control the current in Nimba, took all the street light from the street. Then he the godfather for Nimba now because he the money person, and we're not told we tired. So we don't know. That's why every day I call upon the government to see reason to talk to
Is it that the street lights got damaged and the local government there has not been able to replace them?
The street light is not damaged. The street light board stay all over the pool. I'm saying that when the street light is costing when government.
Okay, so I think we are back online. So again, apologies to our online viewers. Our internet is kind of buffering in here, but our technicians are at work. They are on it and trying to get it set. Let's go back to the line and talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yes, my name is Peter Jua, calling from Johnsonville.
Yeah, Peter, please go ahead.
Yes, I just want to appreciate the police for the investigation that went on. Actually, in the end, Liberia, we get the freedom to everybody to move. We are doing final checking. So when they go into the country, they made the if you have the police went to your house, they went there, you do a power test, and then engage you. Then engage in that kind of minor, that kind of rule way of behavior. It was very wrong. That's why we told people that we wanted to wait for the investigation. If they don't go on right, and we ourselves understand for the police because it will not call for. What you can do to your husband at home, you don't do it to the next person like that. If at all you're going to damage that man going to be damaged for the family. So what they did, what I pull out more, they were not even something that correct.
Okay.
My second concern have to do with the city mayor. I want to appreciate the city mayor greatly. The president city mayor, they're doing well. At least we enter already, you will see that the middle part of the road where you to be dead all over the drainage foot. I mean, really, every blessed day, and I see that the drainage is clean. Really, will not be 100% clean, but at least really it's clean. While you moving the center of the road, you walk freely. I want to appreciate the city mayor greatly for the good work done. I want to appreciate him greatly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, you guys. How are you?
I'm great. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Mama.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to put that nursing. I told you about the CEO. I said I wanted to show two CEOs because I'm a fashion designer.
Okay.
So I want you to put that in the CEO come to show later. One of the just call you saying I want to show your measurement, the trouser waist, the car, the length, and it text it to you so that I can get it. I can come to your station so I can get it one day.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So my name is Fanny.
Okay, Fanny, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so please put my number down, yeah?
Okay, I'll do that. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from? You joining from where? Your line is breaking up.
I do join a Christian community.
Okay, let's say even Christian community.
Yeah, my parents. I want to give my part of you.
That's why you call. Just go straight ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I give my part of you concerning the
Please go ahead. Please go ahead and give a view, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm better now.
Can you go ahead? You are okay. Just go ahead and give a view.
Thank you. So I want to straight to the laboratory correction and police who have been coming on those who have refused to declare asset or to public access. Then they are holding all for a accountable that I want to appeal to them, please. Government is security. As you are leading people, and then you have to set the precedent that other people can then follow the step or the foundation in place. So I want to appeal to the speakers and then let do the right thing. You no longer use speaker, but you speaker for the government.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
Okay, this is Daniel Woboy. Please, I've been trying to get on this show for a long time. Since 2018, my daughter was involved into accident. I've been trying in your land.
Okay, please, so you know what you do, Daniel? Daniel?
Yeah.
You know what you do? If there's an SOS you want to send out, just come out of the station, okay?
Yeah, because one time, one time I came to the station, they told me to call on the show. Yes, so but I already.
Yeah, but then this is not a show. There's a show that comes on called God Can Bless Anybody. I think that's the show. But this show we're taking calls and
I want for the CEO to help me just for him to try. To go. I already come from Ghana in Monrovia. I just want to beg you.
Okay, yeah, but it'll be good if you come out of the station, okay?
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Factory, district number 3.
You say your name again?
Yeah, my name is Mubobo, calling from Global Factory. Yeah, my talking point going to my brother there from opposite Lone Star. That man can see when the other one has, they say their project. So the other thing that between people and government, why they not taking the other thing for them to say that they are project? Let us see real here. Liberia is for everyone, and Liberia for we Liberian, and not just for we the Liberian one, it's for everybody that live on in this country. When you are a human being and you get goodwill, Liberia is belong to you. But let us be real to something. The way our people can make some law in the country, it can affect we the common because they take their fatted salary more in, but we the common people we suffer. Other people from down there now they are crying, but now they are shifting it on the government. The government coming put them out of job, but they themselves are making it to be sincere to themselves to say, oh yes, the past government caused a problem and the government is implementing it. And several days ago, people were protesting. They were saying that the government they don't obey law. So if the government just go against that concern that was found between them, they will say, oh, the government is a government that not obey law.
Thank you. Let's hear another person now. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Okay, 0770 417724, 0770 417724, 555 101075, 0555 101075. Let's go back to the lines. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let's hear you.
Okay, my name is Robert. I want to ask you because last night when on the show, I met one guy just talking about just repeating multiply. I know what to call out.
Okay, so tune into the show on Saturday. That's Winfred Russell. He will be on Saturday evening. So tune into the show on Saturday, okay?
Okay, no, I just want to ask you one question. I know you'll be there. And now the last. Now, I just want to ask you one question.
Yeah, so he will give you all of the accurate information. I'm not ready, a cloth to give you information pertaining to that, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. Yeah. So just tune to the show on Saturday, and probably they're going to open the lines for calling. You call and make your inquiry. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Yeah, I see you for some my brother quite a long time.
I'm great. Let's hear you. I'm great. Your name?
Charles and Deline.
All right. Let's hear you, Charles.
Let me just say kudos to Greg, police director. Greg, a smart guy. He ran a good judgment today for what inspired between the police officer with Galadin. I think he was right to suspend his police officer, but his non-participation is the one that you can't forget. He didn't dispel or fire this guy, but he just sustained it for some time. But now the investigators they are in there, I think Greg will bring that guy by the way. So I wanted to thank you to him. He wanted to thank you, let it be on a path as a police director. Thank you for the show.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is. I join you from Brazil.
Okay, how is Brazil?
Well, thank God, everything's fine there.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, I want to say this to we Liberians. No, our problem in this country is not the president. The problem in this country is we Liberian ourselves. No, our mindset have to be changed. First of all, we have to forgive one another totally, and change our way of doing things, our mindset. That's the only way Liberia can move forward. But Liberians get that type of mentality that we don't want to improve ourselves. every day we talk about president, we talk about government, but yet once the president is trying to do well, we criticize. Yes, it's good to criticize, but sometimes we should talk about the good someday. And then when they're trying to fight corruption, we support the corruption. How are we supporting the corruption? Supporting the corruption by people who steal from the government. When they steal from the Liberian people, when they trying to hold them, we take placard, we go in the street. When somebody do wrong, they trying to do we know because we are getting $1 from that person, we go support that person. It's powerful. We Liberians.
Okay.
So our problem
Thank
in
you.
this country is not the government.
Thank you very much. I think your point has been made. Oh my God, I'm sorry we can't continue with you.
Yellow,
Let's
the
talk to another
subscriber you are
person.
trying to reach is currently on another call.
Hello, your name and where you
Please
join us
hold.
from? Okay, I'm mistakenly calling another person here. Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, you guys think how it is?
I'm okay. I'm great. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I want everyone calling. Calling from around Dualabel.
Yeah, but why you calling yourself? Why Abraham calling?
Everyone calling from Dualabel.
Jesus, yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah, my view is around the how they call it LTM. You know, the people that are doing that LTM, people that are policing. They went to how they call it around or something, second Boulevard. It caused a serious embarrassment. The guys, when they arrest the men, people, they ask him to park up the road, the men park up the road, they ask the men for a document. For me, I was around there spending, washing. The guy presented all a document, according to them, the men document expired 3 days. So the next day, but they sent my document expired 3 days, they'll get me ticket. They said, no, the car should go to LTM office. The man said, no, it's not a procedure. My car can go to Zutri, I don't have problem, but I can go back to LTM. So it left until the young people came in. They handled the police. The police say, except the car should go to LTM office. They went on the park. It got almost like war between the police and the drivers. When the police said the car should go, so the driver said the car will not go there. The car will go to Zutri. We're waiting for the car to go to Zutri, but the car can go to LTM office. Because we know that that's traffic violation. Traffic violation is now a crime. Give me ticket. I'm going to go pay any amount of ticket, but you can't tell me that you want to a car and so car here, you will burn it. So it brought heavy loss at the end of the day. Later on, I think angry crowd was too much.
At what time of the day was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
At what time? Was it during the morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was in the morning hours. I think around, in the morning hours. So it left on it now. Yeah, LTM card key, but it was not sufficient. So it was no way to the angry crowd was much to the extent. At the end of the day, to take the rule the union posted that the car should go to Zutiri. The car went to Zutiri. You already need to talk to the government to see reason to work on a particular LTM because the guys, when they stop you, even me, once upon a time I was driving, they stopped me. All my car documents correct. The man asked me, you stopped me. You give me my document yet. Can you present yourself to me? Let me know you. You say, can I identify yourself? I said, but then I won't give you my lesson. It brought or not, I had to call their boss man, the boss man take away Adika. He showed to me, say, police officer, say, I'm driver. I told my lesson, I get to him. Now, how he went through all my documents, he told the man, he said, leave the man, let him go. When you want a man that you're right, identify yourself. It's not because you have police uniform you, so it made you to be a police officer. You're identified me to be an officer.
Thank you.
So the LTM business brings still a problem. We need to work on it, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello. Hello.
Good evening, Yagazi.
Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Henry Danasi. And I call from 540 Congo Town.
Henry, go ahead, please.
Yes. You see, the problem I'm very facing this evening is the one that happening between the transport ministry and the government.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very home and heart. So if the government should see into it that if all they very implement this particular thing here, will be accepting Liberians. They should also know that they're supposed to be finding jobs for the Liberians. And they can be taking jobs from Liberia, then putting a foreign company there. So let me call for. We are come to rescue the people that are doing everything possible to help the people. We should not hurting the people hard again. We should not do that.
Okay,
We are
thank you.
come on the platform to make it real for our people. We shouldn't make a shame, or we shouldn't make ourselves shame. Thank you for
very
having me, my
much.
brother.
All right, thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening to you.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, and good evening to your many listeners across the nation and across our group.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. The function of the people. Can we please try to explain to us because they are offending the drivers too much. You move somewhere, somebody will refuse to identify. I said to you, as my brother just sit there, they giving you order. So they come on they get LMTR and this kind of stuff, and then they tell go so. Then you go there, tell them before I present my thing to you, or even any other identity. They can to show you that call one person to come, or they will call one level man to come to you. I wish you was in this country. You can see.
Mm.
I wish you was in this country. The body man got to come and look at my lesson to tell you what I go come on my lesson. Name before you honor my lesson. If I you know that they get some lesson and they say I want the lesson and I'm valid now. But maybe somebody will stop back to your office tomorrow.
What kind of lesson is it? Invalid. What license?
Yeah, driving license. Like driving license.
And who said the driving license given by the Ministry of Transport is
You
not?
guys that can be by on the highway by the bull water side. I my one or two also around the Moreover highway. From Magira. You gotta give them money.
Okay, thank you for making your point known. You've made your point. Thank you very much. I think the rather than authority is listening, and yeah, that particular situation is on an investigation.
So which one of the lesson is valid now?
The legislature is probing that matter, and we hope they can, do a better investigation and come up with recommendations in favor of the Liberian people. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
How are you?
I'm great. Let's hear you.
My brother, thank you very much. I'm just hearing Kekula. I'm calling from Congoton.
Kekula, go ahead, please. Let's hear you.
Yeah, you guys see, where my mom actually to be frank is all about the street center. It's selling on the street. You guys see. You can see when you going to work, sometimes you see the children there all passing between the roads, selling, running behind the cars, selling, you guys see. And government is looking at this kind of thing. They get no mechanism to put in place. And these people are selling that our citizens there. They are our citizens. Yeah. We see them doing these things. I mean, it looks so bad. Sometimes they want to cross in front of your car someday. I think you can see it, my brother. So that we're on my mind for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much for calling. If you just joined us, it's a reminder that you were listening to the Spawn Talk. Is 38 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock, and once the CEO and his team of panelists join us, they will begin the discussion here this evening. Agriculture Minister Alexander Nuttall will be on tonight, according to information I'm getting here. He's going to be a guest on the show tonight, so you don't want to miss out, because he has a lot of information for you. And of course, the CEO and his team of panelists have a lot of inquiries to make. So let's go back to the lines and talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Bonnie. I'll see if I can call, but I'll call a credit everywhere my phone, my number drop.
Vani?
Yeah. I told you about the fashion designer.
Yeah, but Vani, I got a message now. I got a message.
Okay, I don't want you to forget because Messi out there, Messi to get to me all the time, never get to me.
Yeah, the CEO is the CEO is in the bag. He's probably listening to you.
Okay.
You say you want to know the CEO size in shirt and trousers?
And also the people also they share in the transport, but when the transport measurement one, the waste, the time, and the lane.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, I think when the CEO comes, just keep listening. You'll soon be coming on.
All right.
Maybe you will try to call it. Okay, let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Charlesville. My name is Dixon Stubberfee.
Okay, let's hear you.
My brother, guess what you do? Come to that airport. Mr. Boga need to pay some attention to that airport. Yeah. Yeah, the whole airport, you see what there, that's sort of vla. The new man they bring what there, that's sort of vla. I want people to solve on that airport. No machine on that airport, people using one there. Only one tractor, I'm giving you reliable information they go do there. They have to go bury from the other company to use their machine. All the whole thing PDA and then the government say, oh, there, Mr. Boga need to take a real school stand and go on that airport. I'm giving you reliable information. My name is Dixon Stubberfee. I'm calling from Charleston and I work on our airport.
Okay. Dixon, thank you very much. All right, the CEO and Paul are on.
How you doing?
I'm a great CEO.
You know, I knew you were going to bring Paul on, so I decided to come up quick, you know. It's like a flash.
We're in competition.
No, but you were Councilor Gua was in competition with me. Your own kind of voice to spell my bad, to spell my good name. Y'all when I give me bad name, man.
Yeah, first of all, we know you're not supposed to be here. You can see why you put a man on.
Yes, sir, my man. I have everything. Everything is under control.
Bring it himself on.
Everything is under control. Everything I'm
you can see why you put a man on, man. You're trying to spoil our show. Why you put
a man on? Sure. You're trying to kind of defend LTMI, then you say I put me. I'll be on. Y'all would get no. Y'all not make it. I'll be on.
LTMI, nobody talking about LTMI.
But LTMI folks will be joining us not today. Next week they will be coming. Listen, Paul, here's my issue, right? LTMI should speak for themselves. As you see, all of y'all crying, they are good company.
Who's stopping that?
If you are not eating some of the money, let it come talk for themselves. If you are not part of the, listen, Liberians got to understand this. If you are not part of the concession, that's not your fight. Your fight should be about the people that will be losing the jobs on the street.
That's right.
So LTMI can speak for them. Listen, I'm tired of, you would talk about the people, we take it. No. These people just there for one thing, money. They say money. They're just there for money. So therefore, they should come and take their hard questions. They have to. No Liberian should be speaking for them. People demonstrating on the street, protest here, protest there. Then people defending LTMI. The owner of LTMI, who is he that he can come take question from the Liberian media? Why is he hiding? What is he hiding? Why he hiding himself? And what is he hiding? Who tell him to get Joey and the people 40 million to eat free? That what business he gave it to them? That Mimo talk, that Benson pocket from my mom?
That news though.
No, man. I have to be fast and angry.
40 million?
But the man say he invested 40 million for what? That means tell him to get his money to job where and people to eat, then he can't take our people out of job. Anybody that was in that business with LTI, they on their own. And the Liberian people we should stand up for this thing, man. You cannot go Lebanon and the Lebanese people then say we accept the Liberian company, they are better than our citizens in Lebanon. It cannot work. No, my man. So when I see Liberian fighting for LTI, I say, you guys are twins. Where your business in it? Where your own profit margin in it? Are they giving you some swag? No, my man, come on, man. Nobody must listen. The LTI man will go in the station. They must take questions. The Liberian people get so many questions. You say you invested 40 million once a year. Where? You say you will not fire somebody. Tell us on the document. Why telling us that you will not fire somebody? You say you're bringing the best, but everybody must take insurance from your company. We stupid in Liberia. Eh? Are we mumu? And Paul, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at people, but this is.
But you cannot be mad at me. You cannot be mad at me, Stanton. I know nothing about this thing. If the topics come up, we discuss it. So why mad at me? I mean, I have no
Yeah,
ATM
maybe you'll be
L,
there, brother. Maybe you'll be
L,
there, brother. Consider go and say I'm mad at you. No, I'm not mad at you.
LTM or ATM. I care less about them. Look,
I mean,
but
this thing,
as a panelist, when the issue come, I will discuss it, and I will discuss. Like I always said, the laws have some bad parts. It has some good parts. The legislature that wrote it did not write it. How could they even be fumbling on it at the moment? So let them do their diligence. Go back and look into the law and see how it benefits the Liberian people. If it has a good part in it, and it has to be, because it's a concession, it has to go on. They have to adjust it.
let me say that,
benefit the people. That's my conversation. That's my argument.
Well said. I'll say it. Anybody that tell me to go on vacation, you don't want me on the show because you get evil intent for the Liberian people. Nobody will tell me to stay on vacation and I come on the show.
What my
No,
brother-in-law
I see all of them. They gone already. I see all of them saying, "Stay on, you must be on vacation." I want no vacation. I'm on vacation though. I hear. But you know what? My daughter is good. I'm going to come on the show. Don't tell me about move for the show. Yeah, no. I beg you.
Move for our show, man.
I'll move for the show.
You are taking calls. Put a man on pause and take your calls. What are you talking about?
You guys see respect authority. I beg you. You don't put the beginning show.
Speak to authority. Anything the board not speaking. They were minister. They were not talking to the president. You just CEO for a talk show. They're not even the station manager here. Listen, they may not even the CEO for the network. He's just the CEO for the Spoon Talk, a segment of the thing. You scared to talk to him, then you ought to talk to Joe. We have on your brother. I'm something wrong with you.
My man, don't put it in your fire. These are the reason why the people decide to give LTMI 25 years. Because LTMI said we bring you equipment, 8 tow truck and 2 flat base truck. You get in 25 years. 50 patrol vehicle, 50 motorcycles, 1,000 set of uniform, 100 pieces of handheld digital, mobile, and base radio, comprising of 2 HF long-range radios and 80 bicycle. That is nonsense. You say you won't get it 25 years. These nonsense. And
but I think like 40 million investment.
But man, you see,
that might get them law out.
That might get them that the business. LTI will go to Maggie for the money. Anybody that LTI money, Maggie, 712, Joel, they must go to them for the money. Let them lead the Liberian people alone. They gotta fix it.
The laws are there.
Somebody bicycle, you can't want to get 25 years. We stupid in Liberia. They don't do this thing to us. Everywhere we go, people say Liberian people are stupid when it comes to business and concession. That's what bicycle that will break on the way. We got him plenty for that one hour. That you must go get in 25 years and get in. Maybe I better start the thing before we do something that we
say. There's certain part of the law that has to be reviewed. First of all, anyway, concession, it depends on the concession. But once they say concession is over 10 years, but 25 years, why do they need 25 years? Couple of things need to be reviewed. But again, come back to our lawmakers. Those people did not write that thing and just put it in the street. They went to our lawmakers who rectify it and put them in the street.
I got no question who they go to court, Kennedy.
So the lawmakers,
then sit down today and they made stupidness, and then people then go and take 25 years. We will remove them out of power 2029, and we will force these people then to cancel that deal. Who thinks that we can cancel those agreements? Oh, that the law. Who thinks that we can find reason to cancel all of this concession? That the law. Aside Mita, what they doing? Our people living in tent. All the promises they don't break it. That's the reason to amend and to cancel the agreement. Refubi, what they put in the agreement, they are not living by it. B Mountain, the same thing. Then we sit there and say, but that the law we give the people. Are you fighting for the Liberian people or are you fighting for yourself? The people who can't get 10,000 outside, you go eat it. 25 years, you get it. Look at the nonsense they're talking about. A bicycle. That a bicycle business will get 25 years to them. Are we stupid in Liberia? A bicycle? Man, y'all share the show, man. Listen, a lot of stuff people need to think. Charles Russell, I appreciate you, my brother. I hope I can see you in church on Sunday. No, Sunday I'm in church. I'm in Chicago, so I can see you in church on Sunday. I will see you next week. But I hear when people just come and start doing all this yama, like to say we're talking like stupid people, Fubi. Look at the nonsense that people carrying around that we must give them concession agreement because somebody can come to the dollar store and buy bicycle. 8 tow truck. You know how much for 8 tow truck? That it will get 25 years. Seriously speaking, $70 million for 8 tow truck, 50 patrol vehicle. My man, you better stop that thing. Gregory got to stop that thing though. Whoever hand in this thing, they got to stop. Those lawmakers that sign the thing, they got to stop. And that's why Joe, we are not coming back. He created all the bad deeds and he ran away. We took him from that. Then he won't come back and face it. Are we stupid? No, my Liberian people, man, open the line. Open the line, Yagazi. Yagazi, don't go. Just stay with open the line. Let us, the Liberian people. For a bicycle business, are we stupid? That's something wrong with us. A bicycle business will get them 25 years. Open the line. Let's talk to the Liberian people. You share the show.
For me, I can't even blame we are because we are time was not implemented. The new government takes over. The first thing you do, you review it. The law, the guy have not taken effect, so you got all moral grounds to look at it and find a way to cancel it. But you want to enforce it and say because we are signing it. But I mean, that's the
who said okay? Who said Gregor Comer on? Who said also 12 on? Also 12 I say he's a lawyer. Even Gregor Comer, a police director, he ain't lawyer. But also 12 I say he the legal advisor to the president. Who side is he on? That he must take all the key by they giving him and can say that he America to Maryland with it. What kind of nonsense is that?
But who had the biggest spend?
How these guys in government to go ahead and destroy the country?
The one who has the biggest spend on is the president. Which side he on?
I know which side the president on. I know which side the president on.
Spend. All the North will not be going around. Let him call for the law and send it for them to adjust it.
The president will seek advice. The president will seek advice. The president
yes, he will go to a legal advisor, and a legal advisor, the allegation that they take cattle and they push it through. Look at what Salute Tyler say. Listen to Salute Tyler. My man,
when you look at it,
listen to some of the wickedness on this thing, Paul Kennedy. I know we started the show yet. Paul, let's share the read this letter. They are telling, when we said it the last time, you said that was a lie. They are saying if you are doing business with LTM, the only insurance company you go to that insurance company, AUG. We said it on the show. Somebody else said, no, that's not true. You had a letter coming up.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense.
If you are doing business with LTM, the only insurance company you are there to go to, that AUG. When they say you pay $200 you pay, you can pay.
It does not make sense to tell anybody to go to a particular insurance company.
How can you do this to our fellow Liberians?
Or you can tell them, or you can tell them to have their car insured with a, bona fide.
You can go to Progressive, you can go to Gago,
go anywhere.
You can go to all Yama. You tell insurance.
You can go anywhere.
Nobody care.
As long as it is recognized.
Nobody care. You get insurance. But they pull you over and say, show me your registration, your license, your insurance. They will not tell you why you go to Allstate. Your registration is there. It's legal. They run it. You good. But you can't. People that can't sit down here. Can't tell. Listen to the man. Listen to him. Listen to him.
It was signed with MDMC. Was a 9-year contract, and not a 5-year contract. Number two, because of the new signing of this MDMC contract, we went to court. In the concession agreement, there is a clause that says in the event of a dispute that we should go to arbitration. We did not feel that the dispute at that level should go to.
Somebody need to tell this guy. He must go to jail where people that are eating money. He must go get money from them. Somebody need to tell him. That nonsense will not work in Liberia. They need to tell him.
Send the job where people eating money. Why is it hard for the government to cancel the policy, the law?
Because again, the people that in the government eating the money too.
so it's not about.
The president told us, say, you let investigate the thing because the people eat the money too.
Just say anybody who ate somebody money should come. It's not about job.
You
We
get the
are.
money. The people say we came to your country. We get $40 million. Who they get $40 million to? Who? Have you asked yourself who they get $40 million to? This is embarrassment. Joe, where people eat their own, they're gone. Jose, you might work people eating their own and giving us part of story. Look at Gregory Como. We were in full system. Gregory, shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, but you can't limit
That's a
this
shame
thing
and disgrace on
but
you.
you can't limit this thing to Greg, and that's where you
Man,
and
I
I
will
fall apart.
limit it to any name that carry my, but don't restrict me.
You should limit it to
Don't
the people who
restrict
wrote the
me.
law.
Don't
Greg
restrict
does
me.
not have power to
I
write
beat
law.
on those that wrote the law, and I beat on Gregory
Exactly.
Como.
Let's
That
beat
you
on
defending
them.
Gregory Como, not me.
No,
Leave me
I'm not
alone.
defending. I'm not
Yes, you
defending him.
are.
I'm just
Somebody
saying.
call Gregory Como name, you yelling, you in jobo, your skin
Yeah.
shaky, you
Stand
getting
up.
half
Somebody call your name.
palpitation.
Somebody call
Don't
your
do
name.
that.
I will get palpitation. Stand
No,
up.
don't
If they
get
call your name,
palpitation on my knee. Don't get palpitation on my knee. Don't get palpitation on my knee.
if they try to
No.
call your name falsely,
If
I
I
will
call
get
Gregory name, you
palpitation.
shaking. You shaking. Like you get cold.
The way you put him in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, we put him in the corner, man. The Gregory company, the man acting that you get Yanni Pepe. Come on, man.
But you misdirecting your anger. Isn't that what you're doing?
I am calling everybody name. Don't tell me I'm misdirecting my anger.
The justice minister who signed the thing, he needs
My
to
man,
be called.
if anybody tell me about my vacation, George Bondo, my 4-day vacation, I'm feeling, leave me alone. I will come on the show. Y'all want me to leave on the show because you get agenda. I will not leave. I will come on the show. You tell me I'm going to go on my vacation. Well, you can't tell me I'm going to go on my vacation. Y'all share the show. Y'all go ahead, y'all share the show. You guys, you open the full line. Let us elaborate people. This is enough. That the Richardson, welcome. Tell my welcome. Fubi, my brother Paul K. Kennedy. Welcome to the show. We ain't start here. We're about to go to the full line. But let me pull this thing up. These are the reason the people want LTM 125 years. Because they're giving you 8 tow truck. Because they're giving you 50 patrol vehicle, car, Tesla. They're giving you Tesla 50. So get it 25 years. Motorcycle that you can go right to Target, Walmart, and get it for $150, $89. They're giving you 50. So they say, yeah, give us 25 years. What kind of nonsense is this? They go buy a uniform from China and put LTM on it and give it to you. The uniform is saying to China that 2 for $10. They give it to you. Then you say you're going to get it 25 years and take people out of job. They provide 10 presidential motorcycle. Yeah, that's the presidential motorcycle Joseph Boakai using now. You see that? 10 presidential motorcycle they get Joseph Boakai. So therefore, they say, Papa, can you inspect now? Can you inspect? Let me say this. You're going to get even another bulletproof car, 2, 3. You will not get a contract. This is an embarrassment. You brought disgrace to the nation. You share the show. And at the end of the day, people leaving their job. People will not get job. Children will not go to school and they will not be fed. At the end of the day, people are crying. They're going home hungry. And you get the people that are giving 8 motor vehicle to 8 bicycle. They're going to Boulevard Party to eat the filet mignon and eat the hamburger and eat the BB lobster. And you get nothing to eat. Is this the library you're selling for? They are having meeting. Oswald Twe, Gregory Como, the ministers and the senators, Miguel there, all of them having meeting to save LTMI. Then you going to bed hungry. What kind of nation we are running, my people? And that's why we come to you every day. Even on vacation, not on vacation. Even sitting now with family, we escape. The prayer will not be answered. We will escape. We will program the family and say, y'all go eat. You give me 2 hours to myself. We'll program the family. They will not like it at the best way. So welcome to the show. We'll take a few minutes. Open the phone line. You can see. Let's see our people want people on this LTM issue. And listen today, Abdullah Kamar. What kind of another mess with the Abdullah Kamar case? They say they cannot hold indictment against Abdullah Kamar. The judge or CDC judge, as I heard, whether the allegation or not allegation, I heard it. It's allegation that he's a CDC appointed judge. You say Abdullah walking free. That I'm saying that these are. And you say when you allegation, anything I say I will put allegation. As a matter of fact, let me put allegation. Anything I say, allegation. So tomorrow, anything I say I will put allegation as a fine print right on it. What kind of nonsense this?
You know, I think I will learn that allegation word from you because it's interesting how the Liberian people can just sit without any evidence and blame. They tell me a councillor go finish taking money from LTM. Can you imagine how can people, what remorse do they have when they sit down with no evidence, they just call and blame somebody for doing it? Are these people really sound when they do that in their sound mind? You got to be in your sound mind to just look at somebody's integrity and try to ruin it. To say, well, because this person is advocating or because this person is talking so they must have,
for LTM.
So they must have taken money.
You advocating for LTM? You say you advocating. You're not advocating for the Liberian people. So we started LTM conversation. You never fought for the Liberian people.
Why you can't fight for the Liberian people? Who am I to fight?
You never fought for them. You never fought for them.
But fight how?
On LTM issue.
Fight how? There's a law that the Liberian people want. The very senators and representatives, the Liberian people elected over me. When
so you angry because the people didn't elect you. So that's why that's the richest how you call that anger. That's the richest how you call that anger. You angry because the people didn't choose you. So therefore you are punishing them with bad deeds.
The thing, I'm speaking to the issue. I have no authority to say to devoid that law or to elevate it anywhere. I am just a guy sitting down in my corner talking the issues I see. The Liberian people decided they were going to vote for senators and representatives. 103 of them, they did. Those people went and passed law that will hurt them. I have to be saying I'm telling the senators and representatives wrong. I'm speaking to the issues. The law has some wrong parts. It has some right parts. They don't review it and adjust it or cancel it if that's what they take. I am not bad. The Liberian people had their option to pick me. They said no. So what I'm going to do? What our power?
And what you need to do?
Go on your vacation. My man, go on your vacation. You're not supposed to be here.
No, I'm not.
First of all, I can't see you. You're not here. That I registered. Take them from the show.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm here. Let me say this. Thank you very much. Abaku said it's transfer aggression. Thank you very much, Abaku. The man is in the stage of transfer aggression because the people rejected him. So he's saying everybody on the people is good for them. No, that's here and this guy, Vendetta Patrick. Vendetta Patrick. But guys, I will say to you, okay, I'll be that Richard say, how you doing? That Richard say, you look very, I don't know, I'm not going there. No, let me mind my business.
To continue to get trucked.
Yeah, that's good. My business.
To allow themselves to get trucked.
Let me mind my business.
To get voted. Then they can sit down here and talk about that.
Let me mind my business.
Yeah.
Forget that I feel with you.
Oh, the man move on, man. The man move on already.
I can't call I want to come move the man from here. Get where? He can't be here. He run away and talk about he go on conference call, he go on international call. That international call, yeah. No, listen. I will tell you, you should stop texting me. That international call, yeah. He can hide in one room.
So
outside on the beach, they in the
so that Richardson was on the that Richardson was on the call today.
That's
and
right.
She spoke to my wife, and my wife gave me the time to come here and do the show.
So don't allow yourself to be used.
I'm gonna tell them what your wife are doing. What you are doing.
Dr. Richardson, don't allow yourself to be used. Dr. Richardson, don't allow yourself to be used.
People are playing love today or when I talk to them.
You're joking.
My wife was scratching my head. She was looking for all the dandruff and the less in the head. She was scratching it. Right? I'll tell you that. Listen, I got freedom because I always speak truth. My wife looked at me for long. You know what happened? Last night, we went to the restaurant to eat because I really wanted to do the show. She said no. I started trimming it. I said I started doing it. She said, "Oh, go in the car, go home." I came today. She said, "You want to go?" I said, "The place too cool for me." She can't go. It's too cool. I don't want to go. She said, "But then stay." She said, "Stay." I mean, you got to know how to sweet all the women there.
I was still talking about you.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm free. Yeah, I'm free.
We agreeing to them. Oh yeah.
I agree 100%.
I heard that you are married before.
I'm married before I got happily divorced.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, boy, you see, poor saying you're married 4 times. I'm not talking to that.
Baby, I just put my finger out. 4 children with 3 wives.
But I ain't said talking in the show. Nobody talking.
No, I got 4 children with 3 mothers. That's secret. That's what I can have. So I'm out
of but I can go in the back.
Maybe you're a bad example for our relationship model in Liberia. Don't do that.
I don't think.
Not bad example. I'm
you're saying that you happily divorced. That would be a bad example. How can you be happy?
No, I'm happily divorced. The Bible said, Proverbs 21:19. It's better to live in the wilderness than to live in a house of contention with another woman.
So you're living in a house of contention, that a woman that you calling contention? I'm playing you.
We don't
show women that you are living with.
That the rich is quoting the Bible.
He's seen the whole wide world.
That the rich say he is quoting the
Bible. Gave her a bill of divorce, man. Go remarry.
Yeah, so
so what am I doing?
Fubi get Western. You can't
read the Deuteronomy. God tells you a divorce. And say, oh, can I make a divorce and remarry?
Don't call a pyramid contention that all contention.
Fubi,
let me say this to you, Fubi, 1 minute. I will pray to everyone. Please don't listen to Fubi and leave your wife or leave your husband. There is nothing good. There is nothing good on the other side.
I didn't talk to any.
You have to fix it, work on it, pray on it.
That's right.
God will help you through. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody here, with the exception of that riches, all the men on the show, they have tried the other side. It's not good. Trust me, they have tried the other side, with the exception of me, and they will tell you their own story.
You mean it,
right? All the men on the show, with the exception of me, they have tried the other side. The other side not good. Paul Kennedy got married. Akaris Grace, Akaris Grace went to Paris. Akaris Grace went to Paris. He got married. Tamba, I don't know whether his marital status is, but I can tell you.
Tamba, never tell you that.
You pray to God, you get married, and you keep your wife or you keep your husband. The people that are telling you say your house shaking, they want to go in that house and replace you. Don't leave. Stay there and pray to God. Okay?
Don't leave. If you're not compatible, the Bible also advises you to rent a bill of divorcement. Sign it and leave happily. The Bible says divorce and go and be married.
You know.
You must be the continuous one.
Fubi, you know.
My man,
Fubi,
Fubi,
the 7-year-old. Don't let all talk it all, Fubi.
Don't let Fubi, if you are divorced 3 times, you gotta be the problem. You are the problem if you're divorced.
No problem. I got married once and got divorced once. I got married, I was happy. I got divorced, I was happy. So nothing wrong with that.
No separation can be that happy.
I was happy to marry. I was happy to divorce. I did it.
The man, the way you are happy.
I was happy to divorce. My opinion, the people that are aware. Who wants to feed them a vote?
Fubi, just plead the fifth, man. You won't learn from Tamatela? You
guys
won't learn from Tamatela?
It's good to have all of you on. We want to say it's a wonderful day. The
hotel room waiting for the hotel room.
Yeah, I'm in the hotel.
You alone?
Yeah, I alone here now.
Oh, okay. I don't want to know.
You got further question?
You got any slippers then I can see?
Yeah. I get female slipper here.
Let me show you. Wait, I'll show you.
You sure that so the system of each other?
So I get female slipper. Paul, I got female slipper.
But why you call my name?
I called it.
No, but what? That reason why I'm back calling my name.
Why you call it body?
No, but why? Yeah, why you gotta show me a
Paul said it was the stepper that came at the hotel. So why are you calling body? Can you guys step at the hotel?
But I mean, if that is still slipper, the hotel gave it away. The hotel gave it.
That slipper look like the girl. I'm the girl I went in a hotel. Move from here, man. What kind of man is this?
I got female slipper, Paul. Don't worry.
That white paper slipper the hotel can get away. I'm not gonna slipper. I'm talking about somebody getting slipper to that hotel.
But guys, we want to say we are grateful to have all of you on.
A location.
Huh?
Add that problem for a location.
That bubble is whom?
You sure?
Oh yeah. I just want to everybody
should learn from that problem. Everybody should learn from that problem. That problem background is always clean. You can never know. You can never know what. By the time I move on here, everybody know where I am. But that problem, in the day background, they're clean. So you never know where he is.
All of you working for NSA now?
Yeah. Working for that hotel.
But I want to say to all of you, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to be on the show. We want to welcome you. Again, please take your cell phone, your smartphone, your computer, share the show before getting on your big screen TV. A lot of you reach out to us and say you'd love to see us on your big 40, 50, 60-inch TV. Listen, this is Liberia's show, man. Enjoy it. This is Liberia's show. If you want to be part of the show, we're trying to put in something new. Come Saturday and be part of the show. We'll send you the link. This is the People's Network.
Yes, sir. My family overseas, they're one of the group where they're watching on the big screen, my man. Big screen. Yeah. Big screen.
I mean, people say it's very nice watching on the big screen, though.
So y'all gotta be careful on the show. We gotta see everything.
Oh,
you're making will stop.
The man get you cool. The man get you cool. I can't scream.
That background, but you finish.
But on a serious note, I want to welcome you. A lot of stuff happening today. We're going to be bringing in the Agriculture Minister, Mr. Alexander Nuttall, on the executive order of the president concerning the robot situation in our country. Alexander Nuttall, he's the Minister of Agriculture. He's been around on the block in this thing right now. He will be joining us in the next few minutes. We want to say yes, indeed. That will be our first conversation today. Well, is the executive order an old one? Is it a new one? Will it help Liberia raise revenue? The details, like our brother Fadiga would say, the devil is in the details. Okay? So we want to know the devil that is in the details. And again, we want to say to all of you, Mr. Alexander Nuttall will be joining us. What are the people saying? How many processing company we have in Liberia? We got the Jati, we got the Firestone, we got Nima Rubber. They like 5 of them, I believe. Are they welcoming this? It's the union, the rubber farmer union. Are they welcoming this? I mean, what's the big story here? The takeaway with the government generating money. So we'll be bringing in Mr. Alexander Nuttall, Agriculture Minister. We're also going to be talking about Abdullah Kamar today. The judge, and we'll call his name, he dropped the indictment against Abdullah Kamar, the former LTA acting chairperson. What you say? I've been hearing a lot of information. Oh, that's a CDC judge, the man working for CDC. But what you say? Is this a legal thing? Did he follow the law? And people are questioning. Now, what you would say about LDCC, hence that they have dropped the indictment against Abdullah Kamar, what about Edwin Zagba and the rest of them? I mean, this is a big ongoing story. We're going to dive into it. We're going to talk about LTMI. You know, we're back and forth to bring them on the show. And I reached to a place for me. Let LTMI speak for themselves. Everybody beating on them. Why should I be the one to talk for them? They have to come and take the hard question. But when you look at some of the reason LTMI is asking for 25 years, hey, my fellow Liberian, look at some of the reason. We gave you 8-tow truck, gave us 25 years, and we made $70-something million and walk away for 8-tow truck. 2 flat-based trucks. Can you imagine? 50 patrol vehicles, 50 motorcycles, 1,000 set of uniform for the Liberia National Police, 100 pieces of handheld digital mobile and base radio comprising 2 HF long-range radios and 80 bicycle. Then they get a special bicycle, presidential motorcycle, 10 of them. They will give it to the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. These are some of the reasons the people came to our country, and they're saying that give them what they're asking for and take the job from the Liberian people. Because of this, we sold our right and we kicked Minister of Transport out. And they are not done. So they say, if you come there and you give us this, we want you to do business with only us. Don't go nowhere to do business. Only us you will do business with. The insurance company, Liberia Insurance Association, they are mad. They are mad. LTM, Liberia Traffic Management, say you can only do business with them. I mean, what's going on, my people? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about LTA, talk about LTM, talk about the rubber situation, and another news to talk about would be what? After you guys bring me up to speed, please. There were 4 major conversations tonight. So I know we will talk about them all. Let's welcome you. We'll pause while you share the show. Everybody have to share the show and everybody have to comment. Just go on Facebook, guys, and just hit share. It will be on your page, and go in all the chat room and share the show. If you have not done so, please do. This is your network. So Yakazi, can you come up before people start speaking? We'll get 3 more minutes. Let's hear the first 10 quarters about Liberia traffic management. Do you think you want this to go on? We got to hear you. Be sincere. Everything you know so far now, what you say on the Liberia traffic management. Yakazi, open the phone line, please.
Okay, 0770-4177-240 555-101075 are the numbers to call in on. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I calling from Bani Community to be specific. Me, I would say
okay, no, right?
You said no.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you. Okay. What do you have to say?
Yeah, my brother. You think our decision maker in this country, you think they really have something to think about this country? I don't think so. Because if people will be losing their people for another people, different people come, so you can start your citizen who put you into power. You know, kind of thing. You think you will prosper when you have people like this? Those kind of things are not correct.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
Thank you. I want to bless God for this gone fast and prayer day. We thank God, thank you for answering our prayer in our favor. Thank you so much.
Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is William Miller, calling from Marshall Highway, Manstown this evening.
Please go ahead.
What about what's coming to small is that meaning you will be like a slave in your own country. Alien will come and then take over your country, and you will be a slave. So is what coming small, but well, they can to take over. People coming over, they can take over the whole setup. Then we the Liberian now, we can become our slaves.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I'm like Johnny Evans, as I said.
Okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, as I look for 40 millions and all this, with the transport rates, 40 millions, and you can't lose 40 million.
Your line is breaking up. Your line is breaking up. You can call back. Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Is that you?
Abdullah Kamar, and I come from ATA.
Yeah, please go right ahead.
Yesterday, I listened to the news that LTMI was suspended. But then to my surprise today again, we saw the people on the street. The state suppressing we the state government. My advice to President Bwaka and the Lagos State representative, we get them peace. They traffic management, but we don't want them in this country. So they continue. We advise them that they carry NCA cards to traffic management to register it. Not us.
Thank you. Let's talk.
Thank you very much, Shekazi. All right, take the last one. Take that last one.
I think the person gone up the line.
Yagazi, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. You producing today. Lorena couldn't because she had other prior engagement. Yagazi, thank you. And we're going to move on. Thanks to all of you that called. Well, Dr. Richardson, let's start this. Alexander Luther is in the back. And we want to welcome all of you. We'll be bringing in the Minister of Agriculture, Minister Alexander Nuta. As usual, I will ask everyone for what's on the mind, but I'm going to skip that real quick and just bring Dr. Richardson in. Then we'll bring in Minister Nuta. Dr. Richardson.
Well, I'm looking forward to a great show. I just wanted to say that I was at Waterside Market today, and it's Liberian owned, and I got a really great customer service from the owner, Mr. Alfonso, and his wife. So if you're in the Philadelphia area, please support that market. I know this is free, but it was just really nice to be in the presence of your own Liberian business. But I'm looking forward to discussing issues on the show. I can't wait to hear what Mr. Nuta has to say. Agriculture is really important to our country's development and to the economy of the country. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. I'm also looking forward to hearing why the court were arguing that whether LTA boss Abdullah Kamar should be or should not be indicted today for economic sabotage. That's a lot of money he was indicted for. So I'm looking forward to adding or contributing to the show. So thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much, guys. Let's just move on because we hope the internet will permit us as we bring in Minister Nuta on the news today about the executive order. So, ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Continue. That's the best you can do on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. Just wherever you find us, just share it. Invite somebody. Go on Messenger and share the show. Everybody have to share the show for us to share the words. Okay, the word out there. We have to let Liberians home and abroad join us every evening to make this program. Let me bring in Mr. Alexander Nuta, the Minister of Agriculture. Let's welcome him. Minister Nuta, welcome to the show. It's good to see you as always. This is your home. And whenever we call on you, you are happy to join us, and we are happy to have you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Stanton, and thanks to the panelists for having us tonight.
I understand we'll not be here for too long because you are very busy. I cannot disclose your location. Because of national security reason, I was told not to disclose your location. You know, we that come on the show, we don't disclose our location. So I hope I won't do this to you. But Paul Kennedy is not home, by the way. I would say that. But let's get to the issue, Mr. Nuta. Today, the president passed executive order. I mean, it's just right within your setup, within the ministry. Bring us up to speed and help the Liberian folks understand tonight the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Thank you, Stanton. You know, the first time I appeared on this show was in April 2024. And when I appeared here, one of the things we spoke about was the Executive Order 124 that placed ban on the exportation of unprocessed rubber from Liberia. At that time, President Boakai inherited that executive order from the previous administration. Because of the controversy surrounding it at the time, the president suspended it for 2 months to be able to review it and make final determination. Some of the issues that we experienced or we encountered from the smallholders were that some of them said, well, they were receiving lower prices for their produce. And some of those who were exporters complained that they had purchased rubber before the executive order came into place. So they wanted the government to allow them export the rubber they had in place. So the president suspended the executive order for 2 months. And after the 2 months, the executive order remained in place until it expired in November of 2024. Upon the expiration of that executive order, the president was reluctant in reinstating the ban. So there was no ban in place from November 2024 till today, August 1st, 2025. And today's executive order is quite different from what the previous one was. The previous one did place a ban on the exportation of unprocessed rubber or the coupler. But this executive order is not placing a ban, but it is restricting it by levying surcharge. So whoever that wants to purchase unprocessed rubber and export it, you are still free to do that. But to be able to export the unprocessed rubber, it means you have to pay 4% withholding tax that all purchasers of rubber do pay. Previously, those who were exporting rubber were not paying that amount, even though they withheld it from the smallholder farmers, they were not remitting it to government revenues. Second thing, those who have been exporting unprocessed rubber have not been paying to the Rubber Development Fund the $3 that are withheld from the smallholder farmers to be sent to the RDFI. So this executive order is making it mandatory that whoever that may intend to export unprocessed rubber will have to pay those taxes that they withheld or they usually withhold from the producers who sell to them. The second thing that will happen if you want to export, the government is now saying for every metric ton of rubber that you purchase and intend to export, you will pay a surcharge of $150. It means when you are exporting a 24 container, you will pay 3,000 US dollars as the surcharge on that container. And the intent is to encourage our local people to sell to those who are already in the country processing and adding value. You know, over the past 10 months, I've received a lot of complaints from the major processors, including the Liberia Agriculture Company or LACC, the Jetty Rubber, and even Firestone. Firestone complained that they were not getting unprocessed rubber from the smallholders because the smallholders account for about 60% of the rubber that Firestone processes into TSR. So because of the proliferation of buyers in the rubber market and exporting the unprocessed rubber, some of these factories did not even have the raw material. And some of them actually threatened to close down their facilities because they could not run them without the unprocessed rubber. So in the wisdom of the president, he felt that we should put in place some check to see what are the surcharge that is imposed on the exportation of this unprocessed rubber will afford the processors in the country to have raw material to continue to run their factory. So that's the essence. And if that does not solve the problem, I think we will review the executive order and see whether we can recommend, a full ban on the exportation of rubber so we feed the local industry. Because the jobs are created by adding value. In the absence of value addition, the economy would not be able to create a number of jobs that are needed. I remember the first report I received from one of the processors was that they were going to lay off at the end of July. They were going to lay off 150 staff who were working in their factory. And then another company that is hiring 300 staff in their processing facility was also threatening to lay off 200 staff because they could not have raw material to run a factory. So seeing that, the government saw it necessary to have this restriction placed on the exportation, at least to allow the local industry have the raw material that are needed to run their factory. I think that's the
Oh,
opening statement.
no, no. Thank you very much, Minister Nuta. Thanks a lot. This is very important to note. While we have, just real quick, Colonel Gray, I brought you on, but you wasn't ready. So if you're ready, just signal me. I will bring you on. So Minister Nuta, thank you very much, and that's why we love you. You will come and take the hard question. We'll beat on you. But this executive order is very important, and what I want to say to you is that let's discuss that Richard said. Let's talk about this rubber issue. You read the executive order of the president. You listen to Minister Nuta. I mean, what say you?
So, thank you, Minister Lusa, for being on Spoon again. I always like it when you come because you sort of explain things in a way that is very informative. My question to you, and something I'm bothered by, is you talked about the 4% withholding tax. You talk about the 3% RDFI tax. You also talked about the 3,000 US dollars that would be taken away from someone who's sending in something like a 24 container. Do you have the mechanism that this money will go into supporting the government, go into the government's coffer? So when I look next year under in the budget, I will see at least there being an increase in contribution from the agriculture sector, or because that's the, I know we have these things on record, but how does that translate into our budget and helping the Liberian people is where I have some concerns about. So, what mechanism do you have in collecting this money?
Okay, I think we are working with the LRA. Before you export a container out of Liberia, it
Mm-hmm.
has to be cleared by the Liberia Revenue Authority. For anybody to be able to export, you must also have an export declaration permit. To do that, you will have to present a document that the 4% you withheld from the producers was paid into government revenue with a receipt. That
Okay.
receipt will allow the Ministry of Agriculture to give you a permit. That permit will be taken to the Ministry of Commerce to give you the Expo Declaration permit. Then you have to go now to the LRA, the custom, to declare what you are exporting. And once you declare the volume of export, you pay the $150 per metric ton. Meaning if you are exporting a 24 container that has 20 metric tons in it, you are going to be paying 150 times 20, which is $3,000
Mm-hmm.
per 20-foot container. And all those monies will have to be paid into government revenue directly, and you present the receipt to the custom officers before they clear your container for, shipment. That's the procedure. You are not going to be paying this money to individuals. You're going to only be presenting to the Ministry of Agriculture the receipt, the Ministry of Commerce the receipt, the Custom Commissioner the receipt to clear your container to be exported. That's the process.
Okay. Thank you.
And you might have the flag receipt.
Thank you. Thank you
That,
very much, Dr. Richard said.
that I have
Yeah,
a
you have another question?
yeah. I want to kind of look at on the other side. I believe we have companies in Liberia that are processing that accept unprocessed rubber that they process it to make to process it. Um, do you have any plan to expand moving from 4 or 5 companies to other companies to come into the market where they can create their own processing plant, or is it just limited to these 4 companies? I basically have visited all 4 companies, so I know 4 or 5 companies. And one of the things that I heard is that these companies are, dominating the market. So I just wanted to know if there's any plan to support small farmer rubber companies so that they can be, or we can expand the processors, the companies that process rubber.
Let me say here, we have excess capacity for processing, limited resources to process. Liberia currently has Firestone that does processing. We
Mm-hmm.
have the Jetty rubber. We have the
Mm-hmm.
Nima rubber. We
Mm-hmm.
have LACC,
Mm-hmm.
and we have other private sector like Wilhelmina Mobile, who does processing from latest to RSS.
Yeah.
If you look at the capacity of these processing facilities and look at what we are producing as a country,
Mm-hmm.
we know we need to first of all expand production.
Yeah. That's
Liberia is producing less than 150,000 metric tons of rubber annually. But this plant capacity are in excess of 200 plus thousand metric ton. That's what they need. So what we need to do is, first of all, encourage whoever wants to get into processing to expand production. We want to be able to see how these processors can work with our smallholder farmers through, outgrower scheme to expand domestic production of the unprocessed rubber to be able to meet the plant capacity. Other than that, in as much as we will be encouraging people to bring in, processors to come in and start processing facilities, we will not be able to meet their needs because of the limited production of rubber right now in the country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuta. Poking in there, let's hear you. We'll make the one question each because trust me, it took me everything to drag Dr. Nuta out of his hole. So let's just give it our best shot. He will be able to answer, for the sake of our audience, that we can understand this executive order. Paul?
Dr. Nota, since we can't expose where we are, so it's difficult for us to know whether we can say good evening or good morning. But it's good to have you here. From what you've explained, it's clear that the executive order will intend to actually encourage value addition, which is some of our purpose and focus as a country. Maybe even stop smuggling if there was any rubber smuggling, and stabilize prices. But my question is, uh, can we, for those of us who don't come from Firestone, can you kindly tell us? Oh, I think he left.
Yeah, I'm back and forth with his team. The internet is not too good at his location, but he will be back.
Okay.
So make your point, Paul.
Yeah, I was just trying to ask Dr. Noda to, begin with, describing for us, for those of us who don't have the understanding of what processed and unprocessed rubber is, what is he describing as unprocessed and what is processed rubber? Dr. Bridgerton already asked whether we have the capacity, so that question is answered already. But what is he describing as processed rubber?
Thank you very much, Paul. Let's see that Nuta will be back. Let me just go real quick. The executive order, people are confusing whether it was a total ban on the export. Whether George Monowea did that, and President Barker cut it off, and then, reinitiated, the same executive order that was done by President Weah. So let me bring in Gray. We'll come to you, Tom, right? Gray. I know we're back and forth in the chat room. Dr. Nuta coming back on, but what's your position here as an opposition to this government?
It's not necessarily being in opposition, but it's similar thing that he just discussed about the reissuing or restatement of the Executive Order 124. Technically, it's the same. There's no much difference between it. Because when the restriction was placed on the exportation of rubber, the objective was to add value addition. That is what they call the TSA. But the value addition, the value addition is now where, for example, he didn't talk what their value addition is. So if their value addition intended, for example, to produce tires in Liberia, because already we had an agreement with Jetty that by 2026, that concession was signed already. By 2026, Liberia will produce the first made in Liberia tire. That agreement is already in existence. But I want to know the value addition, whether we'll be producing plasticware out of the rubber. Because the thing here is that if we cannot protect the local industry, like for example, Liberians themselves, by giving some money to them, maybe some Liberian rubber companies that have the capacity to have value addition, then this executive order, what he explaining, will only favor the foreigners who have the capacity in the process.
So again, great. Thank you very much. But let me just, yes, the Honorable Minister is coming back. He's trying to reconnect. You said, did you just say there's no difference in President Bouakai executive order?
Yes, the only little difference that I see, he said that there will be taxation on the exportation. He said this time they're not saying that there will not be exportation, but they said there will be taxation on the exportation, which was not there in the past. That's the little difference. That's the slight difference that I see.
I don't think that's a little different, but we read it before. It's in the chat room and we'll follow it. Did President, I'm asking you, Tama, and we'll come back to you, Greg. I want us to just rush through because the minister will soon be back. Tama, did President George Manawe then, the former president, did he put total ban on rubber or on processed rubber export?
Yeah, this is a good question. And good afternoon to everyone. There's a feedback. All right, thank you. That's better. So I have been going back and forth just trying to read the executive order issued by former President Weah. I think it was in December 2023. I may be mistaken here. I stand to be corrected. But that was I think after the elections, I believe, or towards the end of his term. And the objective there was to put a moratorium, which means a temporary ban to export raw rubber out of the country. That was my understanding of that executive order. Today's executive order issued by President Joseph Numa Boakai goes beyond his first executive order that also reinstated George Weah's executive order. Today's order goes beyond that. I think it talks about bringing in additional revenue that smallholder farmers were being robbed out of before. Basically, the 3% that was not being withheld, that was not being paid in the government coffers, the exporters were taking that money from them. 3%, right? Or $3 per ton, whatever it is. So that money was not being transmitted over to government. So government was losing millions of dollars in lost revenue. But also another difference in today's executive order is that there's a surcharge now when you are exporting rubber. And that surcharge also will bring in other revenue. I think it's $150 per ton. That's also going to be going into government revenue. And I think, and I have one or two questions for the minister when he comes back on. I think today's executive order is completely different, but the objective here remains is how do we begin to think about industrialization?
So now hold you there. I mean, this is the reason why. So Tama, that's the reason why you came up from a good place. 2023, after the election, President George Manawe lost the election, and he came down with an executive order that he will have no chance of implementing. He will have no chance of implementing. He was out. When he had the time for 6 years, he didn't fight this battle. And Liberians need to hear this, though. 6 years he had the time. He didn't fight the battle. He was defeated on the battlefield. And while he was throwing in the white cloth, the white peace flag.
The surrender flag.
He took the last shot. They call it a Hail Mary shot. And I mean, let's face it, folks. I'm not beating on President George, by the way.
Can I come in on it?
No, but can I finish, sir?
Okay.
But I think is this in general, for all to sit on the show, and you want to compare this beautiful executive order, we use the word beautiful because Donald Trump used beautiful, this beautiful executive order, and make the comparison and say they are the same. All Liberians, home and abroad, need to take this to the bank that they are not the same. They are not. That's a problem. If you were us, you can jump in. If you are us,
allow me to conclude. It's not. I think you.
Well, you concluded already. We running with this thing, my brother.
You can't do that because we had a conversation.
Maybe I cut you off. You had your time. Okay, go ahead. We give you another 1 minute. We give you another 1 minute. Go ahead.
Listen to me, Stanton. The president of the Republic of Liberia, the current president, extended the executive order by 60 days. That president, we are listening to this. He said, I just want you to listen. He said the moratorium on the export of unprocessed, this Joseph Boakai executive order one.
When did Joe executive order, when did he pass the executive order?
Hold on. The executive order that he said, good. Hold on, small. I beg
No, I just asked you a question.
When I allow you to do this thing,
I just asked you a fair question. When did the president then put in his executive order?
You didn't even know. I listened to the minister. That's why I wanted him on air. He said they cancel your order. No, the moratorium on the export of unprocessed natural rubber imposed by Executive Order number 124 is extended for 60 days from the date of issuance of the executive order. President Boakai came into power, extended the executive order of President Weah.
So what's your argument?
So my argument is that if that executive order didn't have a merit, it didn't have a good intent for Liberia.
It's a flawed argument. It's a it's dead upon arrival.
Stop shouting here. If you want shouting,
nobody's shouting. Nobody's shouting.
Nobody interrupting because
you know
that this executive order is a borrowed executive order. That's not debate.
That's your argument there?
It's only a modification, but it's not on. If you want to wait, you have to wait. I'm disappointed in you because today we had a conversation. You conceded that. You said
I didn't. I didn't. I told you to bring it on the show. I told you to bring it on the show, Greg.
Don't do that. You
no,
said,
Greg, you can't do this. I told you to bring it on the show because this is where you guys get frustrated, Greg. Greg, slow down. Greg, slow down. Wait. Greg, you expose me, but slow down. Slow down. Slow down, small, Greg. Slow down. We get other people have not spoken yet.
Finish your speech.
No, but Greg, wait, small. Wait, I only one moderator. I only one moderator because you are not being fair.
Nobody, you misleading
you brought a conversation up. You brought a conversation up. You won't run the floor. No, Greg, your time is up. Greg, your time is up. Yeah, that's the problem to you. Yeah. Your time up will come back to you. That's the let's hear you. Because the minister coming by, so don't disrupt the show. That'll book your time. Go ahead.
To be said, and there's the propaganda.
My man, every day you don't want to do that. You are wrong. You are wrong. I can give you, my man, every day you want to conclude. You finish concluding, man. Don't waste our time yet. Every day you want to conclude.
I don't tell me on the show.
Every day you want to conclude. Don't waste our time, man. That'll book go ahead.
I don't take you on the show. You can't do
that. You finish.
You lying to the public.
You finish. I agree, but let's start yelling now. But you make the point, sir.
President Boakai, and that's a public record.
There will be another round.
There will be another round. You will talk. Hold your peace. Hold your peace. You will talk. That'll probably go ahead.
Thank you, CEO. So,
you read a document and made American lie to you yet? You read that document?
Great. Let Ametro now. Let's get that to public chance to speak.
I will not Ametro because you interrupted.
Great. Let Ametro back. That'll probably go ahead. Great. You won't do the show today, but you get somewhere to go there, but don't disrupt the show. Yeah. But then wait small. We come back to be patient. Be patient. Every day they lie on you. That one they be on the election. That'll probably go ahead.
Crying, baby, for a lie.
But when but don't get angry, but nobody angry. Hold your peace, but they do what happening. No way. Wait small, Greg. Wait small. Go ahead, Westmore, that problem. Go ahead.
All right, so thank you.
Why cutting me off?
Yeah, no, I want you to show some respect on the show because plenty of people watching.
Don't respect
Show them some respect. Show them some respect. Go ahead. Go ahead, that problem.
All right, so thank you, CEO. So when this was introduced, this meaning this ban on exporting. Initially I was against it because I'm always going to be an advocate for opportunities for Liberians, and in every sector of our society, I believe Liberians not only should have opportunity, but should lead. I will say though, I read the whole Executive Order 151 and the ban, unprocessed rubber, and the only exemption is what they call the TSR. That's a technically specified rubber, and that's, usually for consistency, meaning you can just use it right for industry standard, produce other things, so they can be input for final products. If the government will ensure fair price, understanding, that's the most important thing. So for the rubber farmer who wants to export his stuff, if they will ensure fair price, meaning if the market is willing to buy at X dollar per ton, it will ensure fair price. It's in the interest of the country to have those unprocessed rubber sold here. The benefits are many. One, you create jobs. Two, you increase our gross domestic product, and that's very important, meaning the economic pie gets bigger. Three, it's value added. Okay, so we don't send it out and they send us things back that were made by the same product that we produce here and we pay more. So prices will go down because usually locally produced things will be less than imported things. Okay, so it's value added, it's more jobs, it's gross domestic product and increase. And for Liberia, it also means a better trade balance, okay? Meaning the more we export, okay, the better our trade balance because we're a country that import a lot. So if we sell it here and we can produce some things here, and only those ones that can be sold here, maybe we export, it's not bad. I think it's
Thank you, Dr. Boblet. Dr. Boblet, thank you. We have the minister back, and we really do appreciate the return of the minister. Folks, we got Minister Alexander Nuttah from the Agriculture Ministry. Continue to follow, continue to share the show, and let's have fun with the discussion tonight. No hard feelings. Minister Nuttah, thank you for joining us, and thank you for coming back. We're going to just move very quickly before you get into another internet situation. We're going to bring in Akaris Mosigre. Akaris, your question for the minister.
Yeah. Honorable Minister, did I hear you saying that when the president came to power, he canceled the Executive Order 121 automatically? 124. Let me repeat. Did I hear you say that when President Boyka came to authority, he canceled the Executive Order 124 immediately?
Please come again. I didn't get you.
Did I hear you say, because that's what I heard from you, that President Boyka canceled Executive Order 124 immediately when he came to power?
No, I didn't say that. I said when President Boyka came to power, there was contention. The farmers were complaining about lower prices. Some people who bought the unprocessed rubber were complaining that they bought before the executive order came into place. So what the president did was to place a pause on it for 2 months. So those who purchased their unprocessed rubber will have the chance to export.
It's a 6 month.
And then right after the 2 months expired, the executive order came back to force. It lasted until it expired naturally in November 2024.
Okay, Doc.
Yeah, we said only one question, Greg. We got to run. So make that the last question.
My last question to Doc. I will come to the order. Doc, did you read this provision in the executive order issued by President Boyka when he said, because you said people were He said the moratorium on the export of unprocessed natural rubber imposed by Executive Order number 124 is extended for 60 days. Did you read that part of the Executive Order?
What are you referring to?
I'm reading Executive Order 133 issued by President Boykai, extending Executive Order 124 for extra 60 days. That's what I'm reading. Did you read that part of the Executive Order?
No, Akaras. What we are saying here, the president did not cancel Executive Order 124. I think that's the premise. So what there was an amendment, all I can tell you is the president did
read the
suspend the executive
extension?
order to review what was
That
happening around that.
the question
And right
is
after
this.
that expiration of the 2 months, the executive order came back into force and it lasted until it ended. So maybe what you are reading there is not right.
Doc, I'm
because
reading executive order. I'm not guessing. I'm reading what President Boyka issued. President Boyka issued an executive order extending. He issued executive order 133. Let me repeat: extending executive order 124 from the former regime for 60 extra days. Have you read executive order 133 issued by President Boyka?
No. There was no extension. The executive order
You
ended.
said there was no extension?
But get a chance to explain that, great.
No.
Pause a minute.
Akaras.
Yeah, that
the president suspended executive order
No, but stop it. But wait,
send
it to me. I will put it up. But let you explain.
After the 60 days, the executive order came back into force, and it lasted until it expired in November of 2024. And after that expiration, it was not renewed until today's date. So
let me
move on. I gave others a chance. No,
let me repeat.
Great. We'll give other people the chance to ask the question. I beg you, that's not fair. Ask your question.
Yeah, I was asking when Dr. Nuta left.
Okay, go ahead, Paul. Paul, ask your question. You're right. Paul, go ahead,
sorry,
please.
gentlemen. I think I will want to provide your answers, but I am out in the field. So if I get out again, please don't blame me.
Dr. Nuta. We
understand.
I
understand. You know, Dr. Nuta, do you want me to call you? That would be better, because I think we're somewhere with the understanding of this executive order by the president.
Yeah.
If I can call you, that would be better. That's fine.
Come again?
Do you want me to call you?
Questions, yeah.
Wait, guys, wait. Do you want me to call you, Dr. Nuta?
Yeah, you can call. Let me see. You can call me.
But yeah, let's try the phone.
Make it here.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Let's make the question short now to give the rest of the team chance to ask. Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Nuta. I want us to begin with describing what are you calling processed rubber? And as I heard from you, that Firestone has been processing and exporting. What process has Firestone been adding to their rubber? And what are you calling processed rubber? Thank you.
So the executive order defined processed rubber as other technically specified rubber that is transforming the coupler. The unprocessed one is the coupler. If you just collect the latex and you let it coagulate and it form into coupler, that's what most of our people have been exporting, just like that. And even the latex, exporting it just like that. But what we want to see exported is either in the form of TSR, which is the technically specified rubber, or the RSS. That's the very smooth sheet. That's a form of rubber that is, that's a second degree processing. They are processed in a smooth sheet that you can use to produce tires. The TSR, you carry it and then transform it into other form before they are processed into the finished product. So for Liberia right now, when we talk about processed rubber, they are actually semi-processed. That is the TSR and the RSS. That's what we have in Liberia. But there are plenty. I know some of the processors want to scale up their, their activities to add value to the rubber in the form that we can actually use as a commodity. That hasn't happened yet, but there are plans to do that. I know Jetty Rubber has spoken about that. They want to do something to add value. They have the plan. In fact, he's scaling up his plan to be able to actually produce commodity that people will go to the market and buy and use, either in their homes or on their vehicle. That is not happening right now in Liberia. I hope I
Thank
answered
you
the
very
question.
much, Dr. Nota. Fubi, let's hear you. Your
Thank you.
question, Fubi.
Yeah, so I think the executive order to me makes sense, but not you can't already ban people from exporting, but at least if you will add some taxes on it so that the government gets extra revenue, that makes sense to me. But people also asking, they wanted to know whether you know the price of per ton. What's the price outside there that we can? That's just the question for you.
Okay, so, throughout our history, the price of rubber in Liberia has been set by Firestone. Firestone monthly set the price for metric ton for the smallholders. And this was one of the contentions when we took over. The smallholders were complaining about unfair prices. So the president made a trip to Cote d'Ivoire. We were part of that trip. We went to Cote d'Ivoire, sat there with the rubber planter association and a group that they call Abroma that is responsible for regulating the rubber industry in that country. We sat with them to understand how they do their pricing. We also had our rubber development fund colleagues going there to find out from them. So in October of last year, the president set up a committee and said, look, Firestone is not going to be the one to set the prices when they themselves are actors in the market. So he set up a committee that comprised of the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Justice, the National Investment Commission, chaired by the Ministry of Agriculture, with membership coming from the Rubber Development Fund, the Rubber Planter Association, and the processors represented by Firestone Liberia. So the committee met and started to set prices for the unprocessed rubber. So the first price came out in June of this year. We set the price in June for what farmers will receive per metric ton of unprocessed rubber, the COP law. And that has been going on for the month of June, July, and August. So today, when we first set the price, the market price, which is a function of the second price, the international price, was $547 for the month of June. For the month of July, it dropped to $501. In this month of August, the price per coupler is $530. The net price is $531. So it varies with what is happening on the international market. So Liberians can be assured now that the government is the one that is setting the price in collaboration with the major actors in the sector, so that our smallholder farmers who are out there will get fair prices, thus limiting, the need for them to sell that rubber out there to people who will buy at prices below the market value and go and make a lot of money out of it. So we are not just imposing taxes, we are also trying to ensure that there are fairness in the prices that are given to our farmers.
So that's great. That's great. Tell me your question.
Yeah, Minister Nuta, it's a pleasure to have you on and welcome. I'm going to just ask two in one question so you can take your time and maybe share some light. And I think for me, I'm very much interested in what is a job creation that this executive order and this change towards industrialization is bringing to us. Today, in your estimate, Minister Nuta, will you say for the last year or the last 2 years, or can you project how many jobs or how many new jobs are we going to be able to create in this industry, given this change? And then the second question I'm going to ask you is about the business climate and the taxation. In the executive order, several agencies have been asked, and you as the Minister of Agriculture are heading the Ministry of Agriculture to enforce this executive order. But for people who are in this business, it seems like it's a complicated process to even get the clearance to export rubber. What advice can you provide to the people who are in this business? And also, is there an opportunity to simplify this process to create a one-stop shop where people in the rubber industry can be able to do this business without going through middlemen that creates a corruption in our society?
Thank you. Let me take the first question. We all know that jobs are created in the industry, in the factory. When you export raw material, you export your jobs because it is the value addition that creates the job. The few companies that are into value addition here, or maybe processing, they are the one creating the job. For example, LACC. I remember in June, LACC sent that report to me and said that they were creating about 300 jobs. 300 jobs were linked to their processing factory, just the processing factory alone. Not those ones that are into tapping, no, but those working in the factory were 300 of them. Those 300 staff depended on the running of the factory to be able to sustain themselves. So if we took the raw material that's supposed to be used to run that factory and export it to Malaysia or to Singapore, it means we are virtually transferring our job to those people. So this factory, like Jetty hires almost 775 staff in the factory he runs. But he will only maintain those staff when there is couplon to run the factory. So if you sell the couplon outside, it means those who are depending on the factory to earn their income will lose their job. So value addition, in addition to the level of income, it creates job for those who are income earners. Also, if you exported your commodity raw, unprocessed, you'll be getting in lower revenue because the value they pay for the unprocessed will be lower than the income you will generate from the processed one. If you exported a metric ton of TSR, the price you receive is different from the price you will receive if you exported your coupler. And if you are bringing in export revenue, and if you are to pay, based on the volume that you export, you will earn more tax revenue on the exportation of the TSR or the RSS than you will earn on the exportation of the unprocessed one. So processing or value addition creates more jobs. It also generates more revenue and therefore generating more tax income for the government. The second part of your question, you talk about it slipped me a little bit.
Streamlining the taxation process because
Okay,
you have
taxation,
several
yeah,
ministries
one
and
stop
several
shop. Okay,
agencies involved.
look, the process is simple. You can actually go, you got all your container, all you need to do first, you come to the Ministry of Agriculture, you declare that you are going to be exporting X metric tons of rubber. We gave you the permit, you go to Commerce and do the declaration, you get the permit. And then you make all of the payment. You just clear it there and go. It is possible that we can say, okay, we can have our technicians sit custom because we also have some officers from the ministry who sit there. We can designate them to issue the certificate from them, and then you pay your taxes at the window there, and your receipt. They give you the permit, then you just go to custom. So it's possible to be easier, simplify, so that everybody does it just in a single space. You be clear. And we're going to make a complicated process, but it has not been happening that way. So when it begins, there will be some glitches, but along the way, it will get better.
Thank you very much. Ed, you're the last. Go ahead, Ed.
Yes, Minister, I'm leaning towards Mr. Tamba's question, simplifying things, somehow make it efficient for revenue generation to be clear, and you probably will get more for the dollar, such as automating the system. So you break. I heard you talking about 5 different spots for fees that you pay. Um, Tamba's question is, how do you simplify it as not to go to those 5 different agencies? You make it automated. You go, you pay your fees. You take that receipt. You're done with the middleman. Your goods is sent forward. But I'm more driven toward the idea of making the process or the incentive for manufacturing as opposed to exporting. What are some of the incentives that you guys are looking at, so that the middleman will find the reason to be like Jetty, to stay locally and manufacture and hire more people, as opposed to sending their goods out there? What incentives do you have for people who are looking towards that?
Well,
Or this
usually
incentive?
incentives can either encourage or discourage. In this case, surcharge is an incentive to discourage you from exporting. That's one of the objectives. For those smallholders who are producing a rubber local, that we want to motivate them or use to motivate them to keep their is to ensure that they get fair prices. That's the reason why the government has begun, so that one company who is also a player will not be they pay. So the neutral price that we set now is seen as being fair. And when you are receiving fair price as a producer, that should be an incentive to encourage you to trade locally. For those who export, the incentive we have to discourage them is the surcharge that would deter their interest in exporting. Because if you're not having larger margin that you got before, then of course you are disincentivized, and you may want to just trade locally. So we got both negative and positive incentives that will be given to be put in place for that. So for making it easier, I think this is a very good conversation. We're going to be working with the LRA to come up with a simplified way of having this one-stop shop that we is generated, or once the pay
Thank
is due
you.
to the
Thank you
government.
very much, Mr. Minister Newton. It's always good having you. Let me just shoot quick few questions. I know you have to go. $3,000 here, 4% there, and all these different incentives coming in to government revenue. That's a good thing. Well, where is Firestone on this whole executive order issue? Are they in or they out?
No, Firestone is in on this one. On the executive order, Firestone is in. I remember we had the meeting with the committees. Everyone signed up to the resolution that came out of that meeting. And Firestone did sign off to a resolution that called for, developing this executive order or working with the office of the president to come up with the executive order, because everybody wants it.
Are they buying rubbers now? Because the last time we heard that Firestone stopped buying rubber. Are they in the market now?
I know when we last met on the 29th, one of our colleagues said Fashion were going to come back to the market. But today is the 1st of August. We got to wait and see whether they will be in the market today or tomorrow. They have not officially, to my knowledge, they have not officially declared their intent to go back into the market to purchase, because they did express their withdrawal from the market formally through, a press release. So if they will have a press release to say they're coming back into the market, that would be fine. But they could quietly just go and start buying rubber, which of course we'll really embrace.
What else, that Bubla? I know you want to come in. I saw that you unmuted yourself. One last question. What's the message to the Liberian people? That Firestone said, listen, they've been spending a lot of money, and and they were the only ones setting up the price margin. Today, President Barker stepped in and said, no, Liberia have to be the owner on this one. And you guys championed that. Firestone said, no, we are not going to buy. They are not in, they are not out. Well, what's the message there to Liberians? And, since 1926, but you are the minister now. What's the message? That this biggest company that came and stayed forever in our country, they are not in, they are not out on this day. And you yourself, you don't know whether they started buying.
So you see, President Barker has always said it is Liberia that matters. It is the Liberian people that matter. So we are here to make sure that the president's message is taken to the people. That's the reason why we've said we will follow the president's mandate and make sure that the price of rubber on the Liberian market is set by the government, so it becomes fair for those who are laboring out there to produce that rubber. Whatever price that is determined by the committee comprising of Firestone itself should be seen as fair. And that's what the president wants. He wants to make sure that the smallholders who are out there touring every day to produce a metric ton of rubber get fair
And we
prices
agree,
for it.
real quick, across the board, the small farmer, are they in? Do they support?
Of course they are in. They are in.
Okay.
I remember when we first announced the price,
processing
the Rubber
company, are they
Association was
in?
part of it.
Is there anyone out of this deal? That this
No, for the price setting, maybe the only person that was out was Firestone, and we hope they will come back.
Okay.
But this is again, it's about Liberia.
Okay, Dr. Boble, you want to add something, and then we want to run the right. Dr. Boble, real quick, 1 minute, I beg you, so please just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Mr. Nuta, December 2023, former President George Manneh, we have brought in an executive order. It was a transitional period. President Joseph Imabaka said, hey, let's keep it for another 2 months, 60 days. After that, it went dead. Why? I don't want to put you in a situation, but why CDC think that they want to take glory on this one now? What's different from the former president executive order to this one, Minister Nuta? Well, I mean, give us anything that you can say.
I don't think the executive order should be a contention between CDC and Unity Party. No, we did not disagree with the executive order. What we did when we got there was we said they were complaining. The president said, okay, let's review and see what happened. The president suspended it for 2 months. There was no extension. The president suspended it for 2 months, so we review.
The president suspended what? George Manneh, where executive order?
Yeah, the executive order 124 was suspended for 2 months, 60 days. And those 60 days.
No, let me hold you right there. I beg you, Chief. Mm-hmm. So one that's saying that the president extended it for 60 days. No, not extension, but suspension, right?
Suspension for 60 days.
So suspension at SUS and something. Extension at EXT and something. What that is missing from some of our brothers?
It's not EX, it's suspension. SU.
Yeah, SU.
ENSOIN.
Exactly. So, thank you very much. I'm done because again, we just want to play this cheap politics. Dr. Bogle, please.
Thanks for the free spelling lesson. Yeah,
we don't read.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Read the executive order.
Mr. Minister, who else other than Jetty is in the market right now or positioned to be a buyer of unprocessed rubber or any Liberians on the list? We know about Jetty, but who else?
There are many of them. We know about Nima Rubber. Nima Rubber, headed by Mr. Harrison Conway, has a processing facility here in Nima County. We know about Wilhelmina Morba. Wilhelmina Morba has a processing facility that processes the latex into RSS. She processes latex. And then we have Firestone, of course. Firestone purchases 60% of her raw material from the smallholders. Then we have LACC. LACC also depends on the smallholders to supply their raw material to feed the factory. So it's not just Jyoti. No, Jyoti is just one person among 5 persons who are doing that. And then we have other smallholders who, smaller actors who purchase and sell to these concessions. So a lot of players are in the sector there.
Okay, thank you for that information. I think I'm interested, and the public, I'm sure, was interested. We just want to keep pushing consistently, intentionally for Liberian ownership in the economy. I think you will agree that that's in the best interest of all of us and sustainability of our democracy. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
We can't hear you.
Thank you very much. CDC tried to mute me, it won't work. Alexander Nutat, Minister of Agriculture, thank you very much for joining us, man. We appreciate your time on the show. Come back again to discuss other national issue. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me, and thanks to you panelists. You know, it's about Liberia. The president always says it. This sector is the most critical sector in our economy. He wants to make sure we make it viable. And the rubber sector is the lifeline of our economy. We will do all we can to ensure that the right things are done, that our farmers reap the benefit, that the economy also gets the benefit through manufacturing. So thank you very much for having me.
As always, be blessed, be safe. Thank you. We just on the other side, the flip side, while we excuse Minister Nuta, we have a young man who in the rural business. We want to give him a few minutes and we'll get to our other conversation for today. Let me bring in Robert Howard. Robert, it's good to see you. Just briefly. Robert, you don't like us on this show, though. We did something to you, my man. You want to spoil our ear? Are you okay now? All right, man, you sound very terrible. Let's see if you can work on your stuff and come back, okay? Ask Paul Kennedy, he know how to work on it. But you are sounding very, very terrible, my friend. Let's try one more time. All right. We hope we can have you. I told you how to feedback to Gabe since you listened to Minister Nuta, but I'm sorry because of the connection is bad. Guys, I think on this one, we will try to fix it. And I think people are seeing through that President Barker is trying to fix the situation that's been around for 26 years. Dr. Richardson, let's start with you, Paul Kennedy, Honorable Akaris Gray, and then we'll go to the right. Dr. Richardson, what do you make of this brief interview?
So the minister sounded encouraging in terms of, having a one-stop shop for people who want to export their rubber to other countries. They can just, I think there were several questions asked about it, and he said he was willing to look into it, and even he was designing a plan as he was thinking about it. And I think that is a good thing. The more that we can get one-stop shop as opposed to people going to different offices, I think the less we'll be able to lose money, and perhaps they can work on making sure that the money goes straight into the budget. One question that I wish I could ask is if there was a timeline for when we actually will see a product made in Liberia. We've been exporting rubber and producing rubber for a very long time. I will be the happiest person if I can brag about, we have even bike tires that are made in Liberia, some plates are
Jetty, if you ever have
I-
the time to talk to Jetty, he
I
is
know,
an Italian friend. Yeah.
I know, but I love to see it. It's all in the works. It's talk, and I want to encourage him and others, Jetty and LACC, and all of the people who have processing plant to just move towards the production stage. I mean, all of our mineral
Okay.
resources are being taken out of our country, and like iron ore, gold, blah blah blah, rubber. Let's just
Thank you.
start seeing it produced in our country. So that's what I have.
And that's the passion right there. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. That's the passion. We want to say to you, my brother Paul, please, your 30 seconds, my friend. What do you make about Dr. Nuta?
Well, what I make about the executive order is a step along the way. I mean, I expected more than what the executive order is, but they always say 1,000 steps begins with one. Because if they're telling me the kind of process they're talking about is adding, I don't know, SSR or RSR.
TSR.
How does that even change anything? Firestone said they've been doing it for 99 years. Firestone been adding SSR. So who the executive order is really for? Is for Dr. Richardson, because you're not going to be able to get a raw out of the country. If you add that SSR, that Firestone is already adding. I was looking at a value addition where they say, listen, you will make tire here, you will make raw bucket here, you will make pen here. I thought that was the value addition they're talking about. But like I said, it's a step in the right direction. We hope that from this adding SSR or SRR, they begin now to hold them responsible to produce certain quantity or certain manufacturing in the country before the rest of the world is exported. Or else we'll hear the story for another 99 years. Firestone will sign another 99-year contract, will be dead and gone, and Liberia will still not benefit anything. But I think it's a good step in the right direction, Stanton.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Firestone came in 1926. So it'll be 100 years next year, right?
That is correct.
1930. 1930.
They signed the contract in 1926, but they started production.
It started in 1930, yes. Okay. The implementation. Okay. So next year will be
implementation in 1930. But so we're talking about.
So my question.
We're talking about when they signed the contract. So since they signed the contract, it's going to be 100 years next year.
Yeah, 99 years. Yeah.
So what have we gotten from Firestone for 100 years? Okay. So Honorable Gray, let's say you on what we discussed today.
Basically, I think just give me my 30 seconds and don't interrupt or whatsoever. The first thing is that
I mean, nobody want to interrupt you, man. Tell your own, but be sure, watch your flag. Don't talk more than anybody.
Like I say, you can make it 0 seconds, man. All of 2 minutes can stay talk. So leave that one. Paul struck a very important point. You see, you got to look at the history of why executive orders are issued. We ensure that by 2026, in an agreement, that the first made in Liberia tire will be available. We passed that agreement, and Jetty will be producing the first made in Liberia tire by 2026. That's what the agreement says. Now, the executive order, that says not much of a difference. He said people will export. That means the local people can export, but there will be a surcharge. He said the essence of the surcharge is to discourage exportation. So it's the same thing that, look, the local will not be able to export. That's the same thing. Because they won't be able to pay the surcharge. So what happens is that they will have to sell to these bigger guys. So our thought was that, look, we will put money into some of the local industry, even if it's a conglomeration, create a corporate arrangement, and ensure that they get involved into the processing area to compete with Jetty and other people. So that's what I'm saying. There's no real big difference. The only difference I see is the surcharge, which bring more taxation and burden on the local producer. Hello?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
That's what I see. So that's why I wanted to explain. And in fact, that executive order you talk about, President, we are the state maintain that executive order up to today's date. It's only today's date that they concluded on the executive order. Yeah.
Did you guys empower the local producers?
I said that was the essence and historicity of the executive order when we are already added value to the raw product by saying there should be made in Liberia product like tire. So we start with the bigger guys first. They had to do it. Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. So Honorable Gray, you're not to your own, right? And we'll move,
Yeah,
right?
my man, don't
Nobody
man.
interrupt you.
You
Let me say
yeah,
Fubi,
you
Fubi.
did forget that you die. You never die. I told you never die. I told you never die. They never die till you in that trouble. Seriously.
So Fubi, number one, I don't know what kind of church you call never die church. I really don't know.
My man. You
But-
see, your
but let me
in the back, right? Because you see, I'm disrupting. I just left. Because the thing the man talking, just go read the executive order.
Let me say this. Whenever sedition comes to you,
come on, tell you got to
you
talk.
say,
Get out to yeah, come on, tell you can want bring
whenever sedition comes to you, that's a Richard saying. Whenever sedition comes to you, and say for this thing to work, we need to put money in the law.
Okay, that you will see what will happen.
All right? Whenever sedition, and I will say the reason why we flogged them out of power because that was their Spain. Whenever sedition comes to you and tell you say we wanted to infuse the project, don't believe it. Don't believe it. Hey, but on a great way now, you finish talking, my man. I beg you. You heard Grace saying, and Liberia, you gotta watch them. You heard Grace saying, we want to infuse the rubber sector. They ate that money, right? They created nothing, right? When John Weah was defeated and he was about to leave, then he brought in executive order. All right? When Joe Weah was defeated, then he brought in executive order. Because the only thing, Remy Gray, the only thing for they got them to eat, they said we gotta infuse that project. Anytime you hear them talking about infusion, don't believe that. And that's the problem Gray having on the show tonight. Fubi, let's hear you. It's different. It's different. Listen, let me say this. I'm not kidding, with anybody. The game is over. My take on what just happened and the personal executive order is unique. Some farmer holders, that Bobla said it right, they don't have money to export. The little that they have, when they were paying the 3 cents, the 3%, the 4%, these big companies were eating it. They wasn't reporting it. They go and collect it, and they sit on it. They do not report it to the government. The small farmer holders get the right to speak out. They charge them a lot of money. They rob them. So this government brought them to the table, and they listened to them. Now, you heard the minister. If it doesn't work, we'll find other means. At least they've been fair. But we're not listening to Firestone. Firestone came by and said, we're not buying rubber. They said that your business. Who else want to go? The people still moving on. We have to take some radical changes. And exactly what is happening now, it will benefit the small farmer holders. It will benefit the people then that are processing rubber. And if you want to ship, pay all your dues and ship the rubber out of your business. A fast nickel is better than slow down. If I'm a small farmer holder, I pay my due, and Jetty want to buy my rubber for the same fair price, Jetty will buy my rubber. I don't need to go look for shipping line. And that's how easy the process is. But when you hear people saying we got to put 150 million in the rubber industry because we got to infuse our project, then you know that it's time for you to run. And that's why the Liberian people run out all of time. Fubi, talk to me.
So the current executive order is I think for me it's okay, and it's better than the previous one, because you can tell people, say, don't export your rubber if they grow it, especially if you don't have ready buyer on the local market that will use it or process it or do local manufacturing. So for government to have extra revenue, that's fair. And also you can have the work that they did to take the price structuring from Firestone and have government controlling that. That's also better. because you cannot be a Firestone all through the year dominate that sector and decide how much to pay. So whatever you do, you produce your rubber. At the end of the day, this is what we can pay you. So they're not concerned about what all you put into it, why all the energy you put into your farming, but all they know that this is their stand-up price, and they can go out there and maximize their profit. So that's also a good step from the government. So I think we should be looking in that direction. But we all want to see made in Liberia product, but it shouldn't just be tied to, I haven't seen the concession agreement talk about that they gave to Jetty, but manufacturing rubber in the country or manufacturing finished product in the country, I don't think we need special concession for that you give to one company. It should be something that should be open. Whoever wants to venture into that, you have the income to establish a factory to produce. Fair enough, government gave you some incentive, business incentive for a few years to allow you to recoup your initial investment. But it shouldn't tie it to giving long concession to people. So everybody once you have money, you can partner. Local Liberians can partner and do that. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Fubi. Thank you. So guys,
Exactly.
close it, and I think
Exactly.
Tama,
Exactly what you said. That's it.
Thank you.
They don't read anything. You're guessing what it.
Carl's great, man. Come on, give your friends time to talk, man.
Hold on, small
You
man.
you've been all over tonight.
Come on.
Hold on. Stanton, you gotta meet this guy, man, so we can talk, man. Oh, this guy. Look, I think the executive order is completely different. It's unique. It creates opportunities for revenue generation for the country. And I think what is having great today is that, when they see this government doing things that are right, that seems to be in the interest of the people, they want to claim credit for it. And I think that's not right. When they see things that are not working, like the LTMI concession agreement today, they want to run away from it, even though they signed it into law, right? So if you're going to claim something, claim it. Claim the one that worked and claim the one that didn't work.
And they add the money. They add the money for the
Exactly. Allegation.
Money, you don't go to court.
Okay, allegedly, money changed hands.
No, that's why allegedly. Now you cannot present your
oh, my brother, great.
That President Baga is
but great, you keep to that to interrupt everybody.
No, because you said something, the post-sponsor Baga.
Yeah, but you hire time, man.
Why you opening for them?
Yeah, you want to claim everything. Let me tell you, the CDC, and look, I'm not trying to knock on you guys or beat on you, but CDC had is 6 years. 6 years is not 15 minutes of fame. We're talking about 6 solid years to transform and make change in Liberia, and you failed. You started so many projects, you broke ground, and then allegedly money changed hands. You guys say y'all want to infuse, but the money never reached the internal program. Allegedly, you want to put money in the rubber industry, but the money never reached the smallholder farmers. Allegedly, you want to put money into the transport sector, but the money never reached the transport unions. So where did the money go? Look, we should give credit where credit is due, right? This concession agreement, this executive order is different. There are some good things in it, but I think, how do we ensure sustainability? Because executive order is for 1 year.
Let's go. We will have another conversation on that. Thank you, Tama. We got to squeeze up 2 other topics.
Well, I'm glad the minister took the question, and he's open to having a one-stop shop for the people. Yeah.
Thank you, Remy Gray, and Dr. Bobler will go last.
Sandra, I saw a company, a local manufacturing factory in Liberia producing some real good rubber products, including shoes, rubber bolts, and so on and so forth. My hope was that the incentive, the added value that this particular executive order was going to focus onto is the fact that they will empower some of these local farmers, the local rubber producers, to actually go into the local manufacturing as opposed to exporting, because indeed the labor for rubber is too heavy, and to just go get your product and just ship it and get penny for the dollar it's not okay. Rather, if they focus on local manufacturing, then mom and pop shops, then they'll be able to bring some of their family members and friends into that local manufacturing. That's where I'm looking at this being. And then let them simplify this import export situation at the port. It's still cumbersome. It sounds like to get small thing out of Liberia to bring something in, it's just too cumbersome, Stanton. And that's the weaker part into all of this. You get
Thank
a
you.
finished product, you want to export it to neighboring countries, it's going to cost you more than even the product itself. So it doesn't make sense.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boblet. Let's finish on this one.
Thank you, CEO. So, the executive order is actually good for the local economy for many reasons. For one thing, different people have different sizes of rubber farm. I may be small, Dr. Biz may be medium, Tama may be big. But what this does is it provides a market locally for the small man who got 100 trees, the medium size, the larger ones. Because after you spend your resources, you put in the sweat equity, you done all those things, your risk now is to sell. So it's good to know the local people who then take your own processed rubber from you. So that's good because what it does at the lower level, it creates more jobs. I can get more people working my local rubber farm because somebody here waiting in Nema to buy it, or maybe Chetty waiting to buy, or the other lady, the other people that the minister were listing. But here's the other thing. So the more we process things, the more we produce things here. The more we produce things here, one, we can supply our local market standard, which means prices will be lower. The bucket that we produce in Liberia, the rubber bucket, will be cheaper generally than the one we import, okay, from Dubai or anywhere else. But there's something else. It's called a trade balance. So every export is a positive, every import is a negative, right? So if we make bucket, slipper, we can export it to Sierra Leone, we sell it to Guinea, it's better for us, okay? So now we're producing, we're creating more jobs, and rubber farmers have a southern market where they can just carry their goods. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing economically. So I hope we can walk into it and we see. The biggest thing is just give the local farmers a fair price. Don't try to shortchange people. If the man out there willing to pay $1, don't tell a local farmer, bring it here, I'll give you 25 cents. It's too small. So a
Thank you.
local fair price will be good enough.
And thank you very much, guys. I also welcome you to the show. I know you on your way home from work. It's good to see you. We'll get to you, ISA. Let's just run through. You want to at least take 1 minute on this rubber thing before we move on?
Yeah, sure, I can. The any action of the government that tend to help the common people of Liberia is a good thing. The executive order passed, not passed, should I say, the executive order renewed that places focus on the local farmers, on things in Liberia. It's a good thing. We must applaud it. Nobody should be against it. It is something that brings positive to the country. And every one of us, I'm one of those people that have advocated on this. Even the very first time it came about, I supported it and I thought it's a good idea. The only little place where we can we can differ, I would say, all of us agree on the same thing that it is good. But the only little place, is this executive order was being passed long time from Elaine to Wea to Brackeye. When Elaine passed it, when Elaine brought it up, we did not see people celebrating in the street. When Wea did the same, we didn't see people celebrating in the street. President Brackeye is just renewing what existed, and now we're seeing people dancing all around. And the only thing here is, I heard someone saying, oh, President Brackeye passed it in December. So the executive order that President Brackeye had in his mind, President Weah went in his mind in December and took it from his mind and bring it. I mean, what kind of thing is that? There's a continuation of thing that existed. It is a good thing. It does not matter if it was we are, or although we are damaged the country, that's somebody damaged the country, and now Baka is doing the same thing. So, how is it different today? And somebody trying to find a difference says that it brings certain money from heaven. That's the same thing. The only bottom line is that you want to give the farmers leverage. You want them to get benefit of their wealth. That's the bottom line of it. And the thing is, this is just a continuation of things that happen, and I think we should appreciate it and move on. But wanting to dance
Thank
on the
you.
street, those are the things that makes me also tired and weak about this government. Like, it's crazy.
Thank you very much, Asido, and thanks for joining us. I want to say to all of you, we'll run through this next topic real quick, and then we'll move on. You know, on a beautiful Friday evening like this, the sun is up. I don't know where you are, but it's been great. I would just say I disagree with my CDC brothers on the show. I'm hearing that PAP is coming on the show, the Sir Joseph Party, PAP, that they established, you know, very, very great men and women. I'm hearing their name on that party, PAP. Sir Joseph and his team will come and they will talk about the party. Again, I was able to speak to Sir Joseph today. He said he is not a sedition, and this party is in America. He went to China. They are loving seriously to bring in great men and women. I think he's the former bank governor, Weeks, if I'm pronounced Mix. I don't know his name. You help me. The one that Joey arrested for 24 hours and set free.
Milton
Weeks,
Weeks.
Milton Weeks. Yeah, Joey arrested him for 24 hours and set him free. And then he would be he's the party treasurer. Those names coming out, they are great names, but the Liberian people will decide. The party name is PAP, and again, you will know more about that party. And I asked Sir Joseph, I said, why PAP? PAP been around for a long time, that both life. Sir Joseph will come and explain. But if they believe that it's about moving the country forward and finding solution. And I asked him, how will you be different from CMC? He said, well, they will come and explain. So now we have another party on the block waiting for the NEC documentation to go through, and they will be the party. Sir Joseph said they will be the party the Liberian people will run to. But he will announce on this show that he's not a sedition, and he is not, 100%, 100%, he is not supporting George Manawia in the 2029 election if George Manawia is to be the candidate for CDC. Having said that, I'm authorized to say because Sir Joseph told me to. And having said that, I want to say we talked about some issue when Musa ability appeared on the show, the recommendation, and Musa said he was targeted. We have the recommendation, and those that signed on that recommendation, I will share with you. And again, it's a public instrument now. I will share with all of you why the recommendation, who are attached to it. Quickly, we can put the names up. Those that sounded Senator J. Alex Stoddard, they signed the recommendation. Senator Emmanuel Nukwe signed on it. Senator Johnny Kwehe signed on it. Senator Boto Kane signed on it. Sir Joseph is out of the country. But surprisingly, Prince Moi didn't sign on it. It's surprising. We're trying to find out why. There you go again. The names here, people that signed on the resolution, we have the signature. You can find it. You can take the picture. The resolution, Musa ability say it went against him. The extra increase in the subcharges, these people signed the document. The letter is here. This is the LTM. Yes, the letter that was written. I will share this letter with you guys. It's very important. You want to read it. The reason why the Senate believe that this recommendation must go to the president desk, they outline all of them. As you can see, dear Madam Pro Tem, they are going, they sign it, they send it to the president, and it's waiting for the president approval, or maybe the president will reject this. But you guys have to read it, and tomorrow we can get deeper into it. I mean, it's out there. Great reason they are giving. But again, Musability and other folks, Edwin Snow, they are opposed and they think that this recommendation is witch hunt. Today we woke up, the judge said Abdullah Kamar is a free man, dropped the indictment against him, and same is hereby so ordered. This judge, His Honor Joe S. Bacon, said Abdullah Kamar, former acting chief
acting chairperson, LTA, can go home, drop all indictment against him. I want us to discuss this real quickly. Dr. Richardson, what say you about this ruling today?
I have more questions than comments about the ruling, and one question would be, why did the judge drop these charges, which is basically economic sabotage?
You guys can hear me, or I'm the only person not hearing
I
Dr.
can hear
Richardson?
now. I'm back. It was spinning for a second. So so I like to know why. And I'm also interested in there were agreements signed that was not in the best interest of the Liberian people that Abdullah Kamar signed, according to GAC. So is he not held responsible for what he signed? If he was the head of the company, is he not held responsible? So those are the questions I want to know. I don't know if the judge gave us any ideas about those questions that I have.
Dr. Richardson, you asked the question that we ask people in the legal arena, right? Listen, you went after LDCC, went after Abdullah Kamara. They indicted him and went on Zach by all of them. But come to find out, Abdullah Kamara said, no, you go after the company, don't come after me. So it's a fair question. So the Liberian people are wondering and say, well, what's going on here? Did LDCC misfire their indictment? Was it done intentionally that Abdullah Kamara can ride on this? Will the government now come back to put in the right indictment? But what was Abdullah Kamara's position at the time of the alleged crime? What was his position in Tama Corporation? Or is this done now? Abdullah Kamara is no more chairperson, so forget it. Everybody walk in peace. And what would that say about Edwina Zagba too? Are they going to go after her now? Can she walk free? These are so many questions coming up. And when I reached out to LDCC, our sources to us said, listen, we got a lot of stuff in our own, camp that we can come forth. But our problem is the judiciary system. When we present these things, they let us down. That's exactly what it said. Dr. Fubi Herring, this is confusing and this is scary.
Yeah, so I think the ruling today was not based on merit of the case, but technical grounds. So lawyers, most of the time, they try to find a escape route once they have those kind of indictment. So they try to look through it and see how can we get out of this instead of going to the case. That's why I think he filed. There were several stuff that he filed. He also filed for a separate trial, and because he didn't want to be tried with the people from LTA, and so there were different. So the lawyers were looking for what are the technical grounds that we can use to get out of this. So separate trial, that's another one. That is, you're not trying together with the LTA people. So when you convict them of being guilty, he might have a not guilty verdict from a separate trial based on his own plea. So that and one they found a good one. I think now he's not Tama Corporation CEO. So if you're indicting him as CEO, then you also indicting the wrong person. And, so that was the technical ground that they used. So they found that loophole and they just said, look, this is a ground, let's just put it in. And once you have that legally, you can have a scapegoat, and that's what the judge ruled on. And also the title that he carried currently is not a title that they charging on. And also on technical grounds, they had to find a way out, and he was successful to bypass the bulldoze them. But like the CEO said about the LCC complaining about the legal system, that's part of the legal process. And for me, that's why I said let you say we want time. We're not wasting our time on technical ground.
Yeah, the problem is that this thing getting out of hand. But let's say you are Honorable Gray, Akaris Gray. What say you about this announcement and this ruling from the judge?
The government is supported. Many of you here, but the people they release, will say to you people that selective justice will tell you they're running after a group of people and they don't have the span. They created the charges the way they created it to find an escape route. But for me, do I believe that those are the LTA stole money or they were corrupt or they did the wrong thing? I don't believe so. Let me repeat. I personally don't believe so. You got to prove beyond all reasonable doubts. President Boga just wanted to take the jobs from them. It was easy to negotiate with them, including Baranzagba, and tell them to resign and give what they're supposed to give to them and bring your people, because they had 10 positions. Okay? Even Kamara, the only poor Kamara there because they wanted to create a scene to say, oh yeah, we'll be our own people. But they knew today he's exonerated by the court. So you're going to try the former head of LTA because she's in court also. You're going to try her. All the other people at LTA, you're leaving them all also. Why is she alone? That be realistic. That be real. It's an act of wish hunt after a specific person. She was the head of the entity, yes. And Kamara, the head of the Tama group of company, he owned it. If you can exonerate him, you say that the institution. So why not the LTA? Let's be realistic, gentlemen. Let's be real. Forget about CDC or Unity Party. These are the things that we'll talk about. In fact, it undermines the government fight against corruption. Not only does it show an act of selective justice, but it undermines the fight. That means if the government feels that they want to exonerate certain persons, the way the charges will be, you just go to court, they say, no, but we can't hold you responsible. Okay? And this is a very serious issue in our country. This very serious issue when we say this government it cannot go after her own. Like a bunch of suspension. Who in court meted? Are CDC people in court? Or people who supported the CDC government? They are in court. The other people who did not support the CDC government, every day they say they get indictment. You saw handcuffs on their hands. The people who they appointed, you saw handcuffs on their hands. The other people that went for them, they took the police, the LSC, everybody went, hang on them or running behind them. But there are other people, they say they have bomb already prepared to send it there. You saw the Capitol building saga. The lawmaker who supported Unity Party, you saw separate investigation. In fact, she's not even part of it like that. You saw it, other people placed behind bars, but it did not include her. So there's the selective justice that we're talking about. So for me, in conclusion, I don't believe that the commissioners of LTA were corrupt or involved into corruption, because President Boyka wanted a job for them to appoint his own people. That's why they hang that corruption thing over there to use that Tama arrangement that involved Mr. Kamara that is exonerated today by the court. That's my argument.
So Honorable Gray, you sat on the show, you say Abdullah Kamar took the money to Joseph Boyka to support the campaign. And you are saying today that you don't believe that none of those things happen. So in passing, wait. You concluded already. You concluded. I just come in and ask question. No. I ask you a question. I'm making a statement. That's not a question.
I said the commissioners.
No. But you finish now. You finish.
I said the commissioners. Don't avoid my mouth. I said those commissioners.
You sat on the show and you said the man. The Mason. So okay.
I said the commissioner and wanted to take job and give it to the people.
So there was no corruption.
I said the commissioners were not corrupt.
You're correct, Taya. That a problem, please go ahead.
You say you're correct, Taya. We spoke good English, yo. It's not something you can tell.
That problem, please go ahead.
The small corner, Boyka.
Wait now, Gray.
That's not the call you can teach on the show.
Oh, Gray, wait now. Gray, wait. That's a problem. Speak now. That's a problem.
in the
Standard,
Bible.
I really don't have much to add. I agree with Fubi. You know, this was, you know, the court, the law is reason, facts. Technicalities all the time lead to dismissal and those things. So I think that's one of what happened with Kamar's case. You know, beyond that, you know, the LACC is trying to do its job. I think if the president would fire more, suspend less, the LACC will get stronger because we have less people to deal with. When you have this long list of suspended people, you got to go this ongoing investigation. It bogs down the entity. It can do its work good. Fire people. I keep saying that appointive position is not a right. That's not, oh, I'm a librarian, I have to have, no, it's a privilege. They pick you. So if they feel like too much noise in your area, fire you. And the truth is, the more the president does that, the more these entities will start to operate better. It will be less noise and more productivity. But in the case of Kamara, it's a technical thing, and they did what was
So
supposed to do.
that about you did maybe 1.5 years in law school, I heard. So maybe I'm wrong. So
2 years.
2 years. So you're half a lawyer, unless in lawyer
No,
half.
not a lawyer. But if you're from law school, say you're not a lawyer. You got to go and take the bar and pass.
So
Yes,
that a
I'm a lawyer.
booklet. So that a booklet though. You are right. But I want to come from this place. What next? What do you think the LCC planning to do now? What next? Would they just drop it and let it go? Or is there anything in there to do?
You mean in the case of Abdullah Kamar?
Abdullah Kamar, yeah.
I'm not sure, Stanton. I guess it would be what's happening behind the scene. Remember now, people got lawyers too, so it depends on what happened. And you know, LSCG, they're all lawyers, so they look at the evidence. And, you know, sometimes when you look at the evidence, you know, you say, man, nothing here, or we don't have the advantage here. You just let it go. You know, for us in the public,
can they go after Tama Corporation now? If that's the reason why this judge dropped the indictment, can they say, okay, Mr. Abdullah Kamara, you say you are not the CEO of Tama Corporation, but at the time when you were taking this money, though, you were the CEO of Tama Corporation. You. So isn't it confusing that today you say, no, I'm no longer the CEO, but at the time when I took the money, when the allegation came up, yes, I was there, I signed the document. How can this not be anything clear, Dr. Rich is saying? Sorry, Dr. Buple, please go ahead.
No, so it's tricky. It's tricky business, right? Because it's a corporate entity and corporate liability. But at the end of the day, it depends on how the LLCs are appraised. So, for example, if you find your organization guilty of X, Y, and Z, if you're not holding an individual, you're holding the whole entity, they will sell all of your assets, whatever, to get whatever they need to recover. So you may remove yourself from personal liability, but not your corporation. I don't know the legal strategy, to be honest, so I wouldn't even speculate. It depends on what's in front of them, and I don't know what's in front of them.
Dr. Buble, thank you very much. Dr. Buble with the same background all the time. Tama?
Thank you. Dr. Buble don't want to claim that he's a half lawyer. I like that.
I will call your website to get movie for the show.
But this is I think I do agree with Dr. Buble and Fubi that this case has been dismissed against Mr. Kamara based on technicality, because in the lawsuit he was charged as CEO of Tama Corporation, and I hear people writing Tama. It's not me. It's not my company. Okay, it's TAMMA. Disclosure here, full disclosure. So, but from a corporate law standpoint, and I'm not a lawyer, there's liability from a corporate standpoint, right? When an officer with fiduciary responsibility, who is responsible to make decisions for that company, is acting for the company has liability. When Kamara was there, I believe the deal was cut and he was signing those deals on behalf of Tama Company. So, but he was no longer the CEO of Tama Company when the LACC raised this case and did their investigation. However, a CEO or a fiduciary officer of a corporation can still bear personal liability and responsibility if there's evidence and it's proven that they were involved in a crime, even after their tenure. That's what I know from my common law knowledge that I know in the streets that I did in business school. So if the LACC, even though this may feel like a setback for them for this case, especially against Kamar, who was a high profile indictee, but if the LACC has evidence of Kamar's personal involvement, that he cut deals, that he was involved in a crime that took place, they can still charge him. This time, not as CEO of Tama Company, but as a Liberian, as an individual who was involved in a fraudulent act, in a crime. And I think that's where the LCC needs to go by, to reassess their evidence and their case. They still have the other people charged. That case is going forward. But Kamar was right. It is his right to file, for this dismissal based on technicality, and also to ask, as Phoebe stated, to be tried as an individual in a separate case. But if the LSC feels that they still have evidence, they can still go after him.
Thank you. Colonel Gray?
Senator, almost everybody has indicated the issue of liability. If this company was set up as an LLC, limited liability company, then Kamar would work. But that is where you put the most savvy people in the corridor of the LACC that can look at all of these technicalities before they even venture into a case. Irrespective of the fact that most time we want to see prosecution at certain level. But if you're a lawyer and say, look, there's nothing in this, it's better for you to decline and to go forward and ruin your prestige on the legal stage. But I still think that if he registered the company in a sole proprietorship direction, where he's an embodiment of the company, there is still some legal lies you can pick from that particular situation. So what I would say is, let LACC, again, we've been pushing for independent courts or special courts for LACC, because the judge on this side is a neutral person. He's looking at the fact, he's looking at the technicality and the legal, finesse of all of it. But if you have your own court, not that you tweak the law, but at least that court would be specifically for that situation. So if somebody comes in and they found out that there were foul play, for instance, somebody acting on behalf of a company called Tama, you understand, dupe government, then definitely that's the case.
Okay.
Whether it's an embodiment or it's the company you go after, if he and the company cannot be separated, it cannot be divulged, then therefore, if you find the company liable, by extension, the owner is also found liable.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's move on. I do believe that LDCC still got a case. If LDCC want to be serious, what we're hearing, they should stop playing games, and they should be serious. The document clearly shown that LDCC discovered that Abdullah Kamar signed on those documents. It can be technicality, of course. That's the legal process. No worries. But what's the meat in this? What's the juice? Is he off the hook? I want to wait till Monday, because what I'm getting, and I think that Abdullah Kamar will be having a press conference on Monday, or maybe tomorrow or Monday. I think, listen, this guy should just be quiet, because they are beginning to unearth a lot of stuff. Let me advise Abdullah. I know you want to talk, but I think go in peace, not in pieces. Because if you open your mouth to talk, you will open Pandora box. And what is happening and what we're hearing, I will personally open it for free. Advise Abdullah Kamar, go in peace and not in pieces. I don't think you want to speak. Allow sleeping dogs to lie. Right? And what does it say? Do not
Do not toil a sentiment to get yourself in trouble. And I seriously want to advise Abdullah Kamar. But Paul, you spoke to this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's skip you. You don't have to talk on every show. We got to, yeah, Darren Richardson, you want to say something? Paul, we don't have to talk on every show. Yeah, that every topic you got to talk, seriously.
I wanted to add, we're looking at the financial liability of, Abdullah Kamar as stated in the LACC or GSC report. But, there's a standard of care that when someone makes you a head of a company that we expect you to exercise. And if you don't exercise that, it's a form of corruption. If you don't make good decisions or well-meaning decisions on behalf of the Liberian people, if you're awarding contract to yourself or you're awarding contracts that is not productive, it's not helpful for the Liberian people, then, you are not making good decisions. It is a form of corruption. That's what I wanted to add. So I know.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's why I'm telling Abdullah Kamar, stop, don't speak. Just be quiet. Let it go. If you say something, people are watching. Internally and externally, people are going to say something. You are not off the hook yet. But something came up today. I don't want us to miss it while we try to close the show. And I say you're coming on there, I'm begging you. The CDC, man, they are mad. They want CDC to go. Did you guys see the CDC invasion notice again? Invasion, whatever it is. They want them to go. The man want his property. But I'm surprised, right? On a serious note, this is not a joke. Why would CDC at this time today still be in problem about headquarters? When they were in power for 6 years, the party never had the slightest mindset to keep money that they needed headquarters, and where they were is not their own. With all the money that CDC gathered, that CDC today, we are talking about they are looking for a place to go to rent people one bedroom. Are we serious here? That CDC today, the court can say that is not your property, you must leave, or the Liberia National Police will take you out. I mean, can somebody say that CDC looking for one bedroom apartment to be the headquarters today? What's the story? How can you be the biggest opposition as you claim you are? Of course, I know you are not. How can you just leave power, Fubi? And now you go My man, there's a ruling that came out today. There's a ruling that came out today. So I'm kind of confused. Why CDC is in this problem? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, Akaris Gray will moderate the show tomorrow. And we will show Akaris Gray when he's moderating how respectful we will be. We will not interrupt him.
No problem.
Tomorrow, Akaris Gray will moderate and we will give him our utmost respect. Something that you have to learn. And maybe when you come back on Monday, he will practice.
No, but the 2%.
Tomorrow, Akaris Gray will moderate. Let's go back to CDC. Why say you that to Richardson? CDC is looking for a place to. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I we'll come to you real quick. I can see you now. That Richardson?
No, what I'm saying, I want.
What you say, Isaac?
No, I was just asking if I could come in quick now, just drive since I've been waiting. That's what I was.
No, go home. When you go, you can come on the show. Just drive. Go home.
No, I want to speak to this before I go.
Okay, after that, Richardson. That Richardson, he wants to speak to the CDC issue, but why do you think CDC is still looking for a place? And this man, everybody have come to a place and listen, you leave the man property, Mr. Dempster. He wants his property. What's going on with CDC? That's a big international disgrace, They just got all of power,
That's true. That's your disgrace.
That Richardson, talk to me. And there you go, Fubi. Let me bring you in real quick before I say. Somebody got to speak before I say. Fubi, what are we looking at here?
Why you want Azzy to speak? Because Azzy, you see the man, it's your time to speak. You want to stand, you're not spoiling show you. You got to go to your work. Seriously.
The man jumping over me. He said I can talk on
Yeah, he
everything.
said you can't call him. You
I
think
don't know
he's
why.
still
I don't know why I said not here for the
Yeah.
unexpected or here.
Got it, man. Yeah, when you sit down, you want
You
to
will talk later. You will talk later. Yeah, wait about time to talk.
But guys, let's learn something new. You don't have to talk about every topic. We jump over you sometimes.
Ready?
It says silence is good. So sometimes you can keep quiet.
You
know, but that's nothing like affecting the Labrin people. That Labrin people show here. That CDC headquarters, the 2% that Orange talking about today.
CDC, evicting CDC is a problem like we are too.
Does not affect the government or the Labrin people.
No, there are partisans that are tied to that headquarters. So when you evict the party, they also affect them so that we evict Labura.
Your party, so just hold on, you get party.
No problem. I just know that I form my own party like Sir Joseph, suspended for a lion.
What have to do with the welfare of the Labrin people that coming for hard taxation on there again? Stanton, you want to discuss that one?
CDC cancel the 3 day line on call. Labrin for someone the back way. So
I can't scream. Wait 1 minute. Let Phoebe speak on it. Then we'll go to the 2% taxation.
No problem.
Let's talk about the headquarters of Phoebe. What a disgrace to CDC, though. With all the money people are getting,
I think the party were projecting the 36 year in power, so they felt they could be there and use power to maintain it. But sometimes when you in power, that you have certain leverage, there are certain things you have to take care of. And I think they screw up on that piece, and I think they were very complacent and thought that they could have it forever, or they had a man, Achibo Bonar and all the other guys, so they felt that they could use those guys to keep managing and rolling on. But they should have done the right thing to either agree with the owners. No, we will lease for a certain period of time. After this time, after paying our rent, we'll have the right to buy. They should have entered that kind of agreement from the onset. But they didn't. So at this place, if the guy want to take a property for whatever reason, even if you want to say Unity Party putting politics in it, that's a property. And you cannot force him to sell a property to you. You can't force him to sell a property.
Let me be fair to poor candidate, right? How can CDC say they're poor? And they're just going to take away the property under them. I say internet coming in right. You on and off, so I'm missing you.
I said it's not true.
Let's make the show fair now. We'll just be here and then we can say anything.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I think Azet should be the one talking on CDC headquarters. Not me. I don't got nothing to do with CDC headquarters. Azet talk on that one.
So Stanton, I know the extra 2% or additional fee that will be accessed to the poor people using orange money is important, but CDC party headquarters seems to be so important.
That's our next topic, Azet. That's our next
topic.
All
right, let's talk about it. So you know, I always wonder. Let me end now. I always wonder if we live in a two different world. One of the world, Unity Party was in government for 12 years, got evicted. That was okay. The other world, CDC was in power for only 6 years and is going through legal battle. That is bad. So the world where in Unity Party was in power for 12 years. Yelling still, they never have party headquarters. They were evicted. That war, that good war, is a pretty war. The other one now that come to CDC, that one now they're terrible. So sometimes I wonder, where are we in our country? So let me tell you this. No, don't answer me. I'm saying it. The people will listen to me. So let me tell you this. In as much as where CDC stays remains a pin in the neck of Unity Party partisans, CDC is still going through the process. CDC could have bought that property long time, but like we have said repeatedly, the property was subject of lawsuits from different parties. So CDC could not have bought the property from one party while lawsuit is still there from the other party. And right now, the ruling that the judge brought, it is not automatic that CDC will be evicted. There is another case that is still ongoing, and this one CDC have filed it because of the previous ruling. The judge disagreed. So we still going to it now. What her name of Fubi, the man with all of the party, you said one thing that CDC should have, come to an agreement that says first preference for a buyer. Yes, CDC has that, and that's why CDC is going on. So my brother, I will tell you, CDC can even go to Nikambo village. CDC will be CDC. If United Party can be power for 12 years with no party headquarters, they were kicked out. And you want
Thank
to
you.
put more CDC for 6 years. But let me quickly end on this
Well, what kind of you? I know.
LTA.
I say.
Yeah, I know you want us to go to the LTA. And let me end on
Don't
the
feel the
LTA, please.
LTA
So,
now. You want us to go to 2%? Let's
so
go
no,
to 2%.
yeah, we're good at my last thing. I'll leave the show. I gotta drive. So Kamara was representing Tama Corporation. Edwina Zagba was representing LTA. One man that was representing entity is free. The other person that was representing another entity is not free. If you were to go back to the clip when we first talked about this, I said it that this whole thing was just a joke and Unity Party way to just lie to their partisans. I said it that these young men will come and they will say, "Remember, you free, go." I said the very same thing. I caught the clip, Chantal, I will send it to you. Please help me and put it on Spoon page. Let the people hear it that when we saying things, it is because we got information from within. That's why we said that. But this whole thing goes on to the lady at LACC. Stop embarrassing yourself. I know you've been complaining about the pressure on you from the United Party because they lied during the campaign and they keep pressuring you to do something so their lies can be justified. Stop embarrassing yourself. Just look at what
So
you're
should
going on.
I complain to you?
Kamara, she knows what I'm talking. She start up, please let me end. Kamara now was representing an entity. Right now, the judge said go. Edwina, who was representing entity, also, I don't know what you will say. Some of people, we are in a place where United Party is confused. They have lost track. And that's the reason why we are talking about CDC Party headquarters instead of the 2% other hardship in the country. Well, I thank you, and tomorrow we'll be on the show with Grand Fire.
Tomorrow you're not working. Please don't go do overtime. You'll come early.
I don't do overtime. I'm a salary employee. I'm not an hourly paid person like this boy at the Fubi. I'm salary,
okay,
so I don't do overtime.
Thank you very much. But I want to say,
Carrasco say you're raising money to pay for United Party headquarters. So United Party raising money to pay for headquarters.
This is embarrassment. Whether you want Turkey or not on a Grammy grade, it's up to you. This is embarrassment. They want to ask you, I say, everybody heard I say saying here tonight, because United Party was taking all of the party headquarters, so it's okay for CDC to be taking all. So that's the comparison. And that's a 41. Let me say this. CDC government was there for 6 years. CDC is not a responsible party. And I like to close on this. And we'll go to the 2%. In your closing, please talk about the 2%. CDC, they are not a responsible party. They are trying, but they are not responsible. The irresponsibility of CDC is very clear. The man is not saying, I want you guys to go. The man is saying, pay for the party headquarters. As of today, Joe Weah say he will not put a dime in it. All the money people, name them. They try collecting susu. I'm serious. They try collecting susu. 10,000 here, 5,000 there. They can make it. It's in the chat room. So when we want to talk about the party thing, then this guy will go say, oh, but because it happened to Unity Party, so it's okay, it might happen to us too. I will say this to all Liberians. CDC, that party headquarters, they will leave. They will not leave because the man kicked them out and refused the money. They are leaving because Joey said he can put money in it. And nobody, with all the money that was taken from them, can stand up to say, will negotiate on the 4 million, on the 2 million, or for a long-term lease agreement. They can. They are not a responsible party. The Liberian people made a mistake to give them power. They abused the power. And the people came back and rejected them. All the Calais, let's put all joke aside. How can a party that just left for 6 years, but they have come to the conclusion to agree that that they are willing to leave because Unity Party will kick all of the party headquarters. So the only thing they can say, we happy to let them kick us out. That's the comeback game. I mean, I'm sick to hear this. Akara's great contributor when he opened the season club. He gave $500 as his contribution to keep the party headquarters. I don't want to call names. My guest say he never had money, but at least he contributed with $6,000. How can we sit on the show and let others we don't know? This party headquarters, they are backing, but Joia alone can pay for that party headquarters. Joia is on recording. He said these people, they were irresponsible and he will not contribute to the party headquarters. So therefore, they must solve the problem or they must go find somewhere else to be. Then we must say that and don't talk about it. Just stop this joke. But guess what though? Bring them back to power 2029. You will never hear about this thing. They will steal the country money and they will pay this thing and they will pay the way to claim the man's property. I know they will get very me this Friday, but I'm not on my own. Let's close the show. Dr. Bobler, please. CDC is not a good party. The members then they are not good. They got no concrete. They have no concrete reason of even wanting to come back. They got nothing logical that you can even bend on and say, yeah, let's give them a second chance. Because they are coming with the vengeance. They are coming with the madness. And those things, it will not solve our country problem. Listen to St. Joseph. He's angry. He said, I've been there. I know it's Stanton. I can't wait. So listen to, let me say this. It's not a joke. CDC is done. The only people that are holding CDC that are Carlos Green, I said, Carlos Ponto. These are the only two men that are holding CDC. No, it's not a joke for me. These are the only two men that are holding CDC. Take Acid Doyle and Carlos Green out. CDC is dead. No plan. Nothing. Listen to what Councillor Sifa said is true.
And that close.
You got no plan. The only people that are holding CDC today are these two young men. And I can't do it because you want to come back to power to take district number 8 again. I said don't do it because of the passion. But sometimes you hear Acido cry on the show. They cannot even contribute to Acido. When you call for 3,000 projects, everybody run away. He said it on the show. Y'all heard him. CDC is done. Let's find somebody else. Even if you don't want Joe Walker, CDC can make it. Ask CDC who they're coming by with. And give me 5 names. And among those 5 names, you hear some to it. Ask CDC who they're coming by with. Give me 5 names. And among those 5 names, you hear Eugene Nangwe. But go ask them. But let's close this show, man. You don't get all started. That'll go play.
You can make a cry.
I should read the first now because I gotta go.
No, that'll Boblet, please. We don't talk to defeated lawmaker here to be the first, please. That'll Boblet, please go ahead.
You know, I thought it kind of all about the show end. I thought that the Boblet one kind of show end.
Well, man, we don't talk to defeated lawmaker. That'll Boblet, please stop, man.
Oh, great. Let us see who had fun. Because after tonight, the man might be on lockdown. You probably won't see him on that Monday. Let him enjoy this one. That's true.
But listen, let you call my wife, right? That's a problem. How you know that?
So look, the CDC, is a political party. A lot of people. In a way, you have people That's human resource. That's the most important asset, you know. So if they're not across the street, they'll be somewhere. I think it's the movement of people, it's the philosophy, it's the and you know the will of the people, all those things. So you know they'll work that out. They'll work that out. I don't think they're gonna die because they're not in that spot. So I won't say much about that. What I will say is that all of us as Liberians, whether we are party in power or not in power, we should rise up and assume our civic responsibility and make a difference. You know, I always say when you're not in power and you're doing good things, you put yourself in the best position to get back in power. So all of us, we do our part to help our country move forward. And Liberia needs everybody. So that's the goal, I think, at least it should be for all of us, no matter what side of the spectrum we're on. You know, we can disagree on different things and the way to get things done, but I think we all can agree that Liberia needs us all. We need our energy, we need our intellect, we need our resources, we need our effort, we need our sincerity, our integrity, everything. Let's bring it to the table so that 4 years later we can look and say, you know what, we're better off. And then we continue the journey. So thank you, CEO, for the show tonight. I'm going to excuse myself. I got an early morning ride them out, like really early. So I got to
Be
go
safe,
rest.
Dr. Black. Thank you very
Good
much,
night,
man.
y'all.
It's good to see you. Yes,
Good
sir.
night, y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go to the Honorable Akaris Takada Tombeka. Great. My
Enjoy
brother,
yourself.
my friend.
Enjoy yourself. Look, basically, it's imaginable, unimaginable, I mean, to say the CDC is irresponsible. 20 years, both in opposition and in government, remain one of the most formidable political institutions, not just on the basis of office, on the basis of outputs, on the basis of legislative outputs, on the basis of winning the presidency, on the basis of still remaining viable. Even those who oppose the CDC, the Serena Seafor, he said something very important on OKFM yesterday. He said CDC is not a political party. CDC is not a movement. He said CDC is a way of life. Taking a particular place from the CDC, if it should happen, because there are a series of code challenges still ongoing, not by the CDC, but among the family members and all of those things that somebody is not keeping the CDC. So we're not just going to take money and just put it in 1%. Even at the Supreme Court level, you'll be surprised. There's another issue at the Supreme Court level on that particular property. So yeah, the CDC will not just take money and put it in anybody's hand. The court come with final ruling, finally by all of the families will make that decision whether we want to be there or whether we want to leave. So the CDC is not hijacking anything. The CDC, as a responsible political institution, we made some of the best in the history of the country. We made stronger
You
representation.
guys made a mistake not to secure this thing. No, I'm not cutting you. I just asked you a question. Do you think CDC made a mistake?
I will not
Do you
answer
think
you to the
CDC made a mistake not to secure this thing?
you call us speech unquestioned, Bene. Trust me to the honor show.
Oh, we call a speech? Oh, I
Yes.
didn't know that we call it. I didn't know that you can call a speech for the moderator. Let me call a speech for you for real now.
Stand on, leave a man small now. Let a man land.
Stand on. Let me tell you something. Our moderator, you finish. You finish.
Yeah, but you're already tomorrow. I'm not on the show tomorrow. Thank God for that.
I'm already Monday. Not tomorrow.
Monday.
On a very serious note, if you talk about political parties that sustain their presence across the country, CDC is number one. There's no argument about that. You can put CDC on the pavement, we'll still celebrate, we'll still use their headquarters. So it's not an argument. Headquarters argument is a mute argument for me. How does it affect the Liberian people? What does it take away from the Liberian? We're talking about the hardship. Okay? There's today 2% taxation on your mobile money. 2%. I said something very important. Thank God you put it on 2% taxation. How can the government, the president, announce a committee to look at hardship in the country, headed by the vice president, and in less than a week time, automatically they put taxes on the ordinary Liberian people, on the masses? This is burdensome.
Let's read it, Honorable Gray. Let's read it because I'm yet to understand the increase, and I want to know which direction, though, to be fair.
Yeah,
so I wasn't trying to cover this too, but let's read it. Orange Money Liberia wishes to inform its valued customers and the public that in line with directive from the Central Bank of Liberia, a 2% cash out fee will be implemented on all Orange Money cash out transactions effective Friday, August 1st. So let's stop there. What does this mean? What is happening here? Agree.
Can you read the area to say on the central bank on it would be implemented on all Orange Money cash out? I mean, when you
What
go
is
get
cash out? Because we don't
out.
know about Orange Money cash out. Explain if you
Yeah,
can.
the Orange Money cash out is when you are sent money, for example, and you go to receive that money, it's a cash out. Okay, so 2% is out there.
You're not talking about international transfer like Western Union. You're talking about in Liberia.
You're talking about specifically the same Orange Money, and I know Orange Money to be. I don't know. Maybe they included that, but they didn't say it. But when you say money, Orange Money cash out, it's like sending money to the Orange Money. Once you send money,
so you in Liberia, I'm in Liberia, and I ask you for $50, and you send me $50 through the mobile money, right? Is that what you're saying?
Orange Money, yeah.
Okay. So when you send it to me and I go collect my $50 now, they will take $2 off.
In America, they have
now
to explain.
In America, in Liberia, let's see in Liberia.
No, if you send it from America to me and it's a cash of to Orange, they have to take out some money.
I don't. That you confuse me. Can we stay in Liberia? You must say in Liberia. I asked you for $100. You say, man, I'm in Painsville, but sending you all the way in Ukraine. Let me send you my mobile phone, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
So you send me $100. Now I want to catch my $100 off. You are telling me that the government will take $2 from there?
Now what the government saying 2%.
They're taking. So we need to also find out, are they taking the money from the sender or the receiver? Because
I now wanted to bring the conversation up, right? Because I'm trying to understand it. I beg you.
When you send the money, they take out sending fees already. There's existing sending fees once our money is sent. So if you send somebody, for example, $10, they will take out a percentage of that money, not on the business of this.
So the policy. So let me read the policy, which applies to all mobile money operators across Liberia. Is intended to standardize transaction charges within the sector. So it's everyone across the country that doing mobile money. Orange Money would like to remind the customer that all other services such as bill and tax payments, sending and receiving money, and merchants payment remains free. So the only thing they're taking the $2 on is the direct payment, right? Direct transaction.
2% cash.
2%, not $2, but 2%. Thank you. Orange Money remains committed to delivering affordable sale, blah, blah, blah. So the 2%, and this is, go ahead, Grace, and we have to discuss this, and I will bring someone on Monday that we can look into this.
Look, when you say the cash out, that means you're going to get the money out, right? It's the cash out, right? Once you're going to get that money, there's a 2% fees on it. That's why they say it's a cash out. Okay, you're getting the cash out. So it's a 2%. It's clear with that. They wrote it in the statement. Okay, 2% on that. I think under this harsh economic situation, where the president is trying to form a solution to the harsh reality of the economic situation in our country.
I beg you, Oliver Gray, let me understand. Is the Orange Money different from the Lone Star money?
They say mobile money. They came to clarify. Yeah, they came to clarify. Look down. They said something, right? They said all mobile money, something like that. Read. I think you read on there. They said the policy which applies to all mobile money operators across Liberia.
No, I want to understand. Is Orange the same as Lone Star?
No, they are two different people.
It's the same thing. They are two different companies.
They are two different companies. Lone Star is a company by itself. Okay, it's called MTN now. Okay, Celcom is now called Orange. So, but when they say Orange Money, they came to make a clarity down there because it's Orange sending their information out. You understand?
Let's open the line. I know we're not going anywhere. I beg you, Honorable Gray. Let's open the line. Let's hear from the people because I wanted to keep this straight to tomorrow because I'm asking some folks that know about this business to come on, but you guys say we should discuss it. So that's why it's not too clear to me because I've never done such a transaction.
but I'm getting information. They say 1,000 USD. All right, at the time it was $10. Now it go to $20, and it loan side was more than 5%. Now it's 2%. Well, I mean, what's the catch here? And let's try to understand it, whether they have reduced it or whether they have increased it. Yekezi, can you come on? It's only fair for us to hear from the people in Liberia that will be making this transaction. What they say, right, Tamar? Let's listen to them. The people will be sending money and receiving money. Yekezi, can you come on, please? Let me put a number up. We want you to call. Let me take this call while Yekezi washes eye. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, Senator.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You see, I don't know why Akala Grace want to prove in America here when you sending money.
They're not the issue, man.
No, if you are sending money here,
but let the America small now, Papa. Just help me understand. I want to understand.
Okay, when you send the money in Liberia, when you send the money in Liberia, they take 2% from other. You gave them the money. So, like, we sending money back home. If you sending $50, you will go there to charge you the 2%.
No, Papa, no, I think you're missing it.
No, I'm not missing it.
No, Papa, wait. If you're sending money through which company? Western Union, they will still take the 2% off?
No.
No.
But then let's stick in Liberia. Let's stick in Liberia, Papa. All right, hold on. Go ahead, you can see, open it.
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Rodney and I join you from Israel.
Yeah, let's hear you.
Akara should know that the announcement is for orange money. It's not for Lone Star. It's orange announcement. In the past, orange were always giving us free charges, selling nothing. Now they are trying to balance the book up to Lone Star because Lone Star been charging more. Orange was not charging nothing because Orange were not having more customers. So they were trying to get customers. Now they are getting the customers.
We're not Orange charging the winner.
The base of that at Lone Star area. So we shouldn't be talking. It's the book company. It's Orange announcement.
No, yeah, but at the government, the central bank charging the 2%.
You ain't even know what talking.
Hello.
Yekazi, can you take?
Yeah, so let's work and just call on the show.
Yekazi, can you run the show till the close? Maybe in a few minutes. All right.
Hello.
Let me run, please. Honorable Gray, I beg you guys. Let me run.
Yeah, you gotta go. I told you to go to my sister Everson, but you're here.
I know. No, they got Paul Kennedy. That's a bad dude. He left the show and he called and saying that. Paul Kennedy is very wicked.
Seriously, I told you to leave the show.
Yeah, hello. So we'll continue on this something tomorrow. But guys, y'all have a good night.
Okay. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, we lost that caller. Hello?
Hello, good evening. How you doing? I'm Charleston Clay calling from Boys Town, Maggie.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The issue that I have to do with the mobile money, for me, I do believe that the percentage, with the current percentage as compared to the previous one, the current one going to be more than the previous one. It seems that before, when you withdraw like $1,000, one star will charge you like $12. And now the 2%, apply the 2% to 1,000 will be like $20. So for me, I believe that the percent only is going to be more than the previous percent. So I don't know. They have to review it. I think probably maybe the previous charges on the mobile money service is going to be more preferable than the current one.
Okay, thanks for calling. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello? Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Alan Sinan and I joined from Babalu County.
Okay, you've got to be audible. Let's hear you.
You get me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my God, they know it.
I'm hearing you. Okay, he's off the line. Let's talk to this other person. Hello.
Oh,
Your name and where you joining us from?
yeah, okay. I'm calling from Ghana VHU 5
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, the issue, the percentage that is on a mobile money, orange mobile money. If you send 1,000 LD to somebody and they go to cash it out, if 1% before it was $10 liberty, it will take from under 1,000. That is, the person will be getting $990. So that will add $20 or the exact $10 so that they can get their exact 1,000. But now say you go to 2%, you will send 1,000, the person will be getting $980. $20 will be the 2%. So that the difference is there. So for when you send 10,000, you will be taking 20 from on each thousand. You need the percentage that will be taken out as a cash percentage that will be going to the company or to the government.
Okay, thanks for calling. We will take just 4 more calls. Hello. Hello. Yeah, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Dolo from Clara.
Yeah, Dolo, quickly.
Yeah, I'm Lone Star agent, right?
Mm.
First, Lone Star, every 1,000 is $75. And the both company were having, they were having separate fees. So now the government tried to balance the both of them, where the two of them start will be same. Where when you send 1,000, extra when you want a person to receive exact 1,000, you have to extra $20. So what our color is saying, although engaging it, but you're not understanding it. That's what happening. When the both companies will be operating on the same level, it will not be that before where you get your own rate, I get my own rate.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's say your name and where you join us from.
Dennis, so bring it to the lower rate.
Yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah. Well, I think what you're saying now, you're telling the fees. I think the fees have dropped. Which that is they say when it comes to Lone Star was taking 75, now it's taking $50. Maybe it's about $50 on $1,000. Before they used to be more than that. So always how to balance Lone Star instead the previous at 1 million customers. So it's how to balance the Lone Star. It is still like the government they agree with them. Where they are not having customers. When it comes to even up to this time, always money we want always when you can't get it easily compared to Lone Star. So the same money is difficult. Even what the government is trying to do now, the same money is difficult to even get customer.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's quickly score and see this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, your name and where you join us from?
Okay, my name is Alan, and I do join from Barbados County.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, concerning the orange and Lone Star business, not necessarily the orange. The people, I don't really know what is up. You can say when someone send you money, then you want to take 2% on their money to send them money.
Oh, I'm sorry, we lost you. You can call us back. Let's replace you with this person. Hello.
Yeah, this is the one keep grabbing the call from Kansas City.
Okay, let's hear you from Compa.
Yeah, the mobile money transaction was getting tough of recent because the two companies reduced fees to 1%, and even if you got money and you try to cash out, the brothers doing the business were complaining that they are not getting anything. So if you go there, they say no money, no money, no money. So they were not getting their commission they used to get when they were taking to 5% from Lone Star then. So they were even planning to demonstrate in Monserrato as we speak to you. So the company will by even increasing to 2% that they will get something instead. So we want to put into this.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all of you who called and made your contribution. So it's about 12 minutes up to 12 o'clock here in Liberia. So we just go to the panelists for their parting comments, beginning with Mr. Henrich.
Well, I don't want the flow closing.
Yeah, so
yeah, we'll come to you.
Yeah, so thanks. Good show today, and it's usual that you will have some of these back and forth. So it's just the government just need to review her stuff. But I showed Lone Star. I think like the caller said, I have dealt with Lone Star most of the time. I didn't have orange. I do have activated orange money, but I never used to use it. But there was a fee charge on the sender. When you go to on the receiver, when you go to send money, they don't charge you for sending. But those who receive, you always have to pay some kind of charge. I don't know the exact percentage, but I think they have some different rates as per the amount that you send, and, like that you receive. So based on that, you will see the guy had their own dashboard that they can tell you that if you send this between this and this will be the charge that they will take from you when you go receive between this and this. So if their percentage have gone up, I don't know the exact, so I can't speak to the past because I've now used it for a while now. But I think there has some fee in place for receiving money. Even when you send money to somebody, always they say add the charges there so that I can receive the exact amount that you want me to receive. So I think most of those are experiencing. I think that's why someone then gave me some clarification. But whatever the case is, government should just look at it and make sure that it's in the right interest of the people generally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Henry. Honorable Gray?
Yeah, so I think the callers then try to say similar things, but maybe the way they put it. Okay, the fact of the matter is that one company was taking less and another company was taking more. In my mind, the government should have fought for the less than to go for the more. So once the government goes for the more, it increases the burden on the people because a lot of people are running to Orange because Orange was taking less. Now that the government has gone for the more by 2%, it means that the burden comes on the ordinary masses, and I see it as a contradiction to the government desire to reduce the burden on the ordinary masses through a presidential pronouncement of late, to look at the economy, look at what the hardship on our people and all of those things. So if the government who has said maybe less than 1% or maybe 5% across the board, it will, from in my mind, would have been better than the 2% itself, that more increment, whether you like it or not. Okay, it means that everybody will have to pay that 2%, whether you on Orange or whether you on Lone Star. It's a CBL regulation. That's what Orange said in the announcement to the general public. They said this is what CBL is saying to us. The next thing is that this government comes to power very inexperienced when it comes to depending on revenue, local revenue generation. In 12 years, they were heavily supported by donors. Over $8 billion United States dollars, 15,000 troops in the country of United Nations. Concession agreement, almost 100 concession agreements. All of those signature fees, all of those things were contributing towards the budget. But then, okay, so at the end of the day, the government was not depending mainly. They were not even depending 30% on the local revenue generated in 12 years. The CDC government inherited an administration where they have to depend on local revenue, not just to pay Civil 7, but to have the government very functional in terms of operation, buying materials and all of those things, and at the same time using that same revenue to ensure that you develop the country. So the government comes to power, inheriting that from the CDC, it makes it difficult. So the government got to tighten taxation. You remember the GST, they took it to 12%. It was below 12%, the GST. Now, they've taken this to 2%. The government talking about surcharge on rubber, on processed rubber, just in case you want to export them, you have to pay the surcharge, I think 4%, if I'm not mistaken, he said. So all of this taxation by the government are calculated at 10 to generate revenue locally so that the government can become very functional. In the absence of that, this government will collapse. And they're not informing the people, they're not telling the people, they're not explaining to the people the situation in the country. They're trying to make everything to appear rosy. But the president, the last time, let me say this, he took a bursting and said to the people, the country is high. But the guys who are spreading the message across the country, the Tamba who come here, the Fubi who come here, They make it to appear as if to say everything rosy. And things are not rosy. That's what made the CDC to have taken a hard decision on harmonization. And they promised the Liberian people, this government, when they come to power, they will cancel. That's not possible. In the CDC government, about 80% assistant ministers, they didn't have vehicle. Government did not buy them vehicle. 60% deputy minister or more, government did not buy them vehicles because of the tight space or local revenue generation. But when the government came to power, they wanted to impress the people. Okay, I thought they were taking authoritative measures by salary reduction that the president started to review the SOEs and all of those things. But the hardship upon the people will persist, and the government will put more taxation on the people. That led to the rebellion in Liberia, taxation. That led to the French Revolution, huge taxation. So that taxation leads to protest. It leads to a lot of things in the country, which is not good for national political stability. And investors not going to come to this country looking at this economic burden and the volatile nature of the country. Seriously.
Thank you,
Thank you also. Good night to all.
All right. Tamba.
Thank you, Yagazi. And don't run away, General Gray. You see, he's going to run away. Yeah. He attacked like the attacked dog, then he runs. But look, nothing personal against Gray or the CDC, right? So let me just comment quickly on the issue before I do my closing. The CDC's ongoing saga with their offices shows a lack of leadership. I think Stanton mentioned that. But also, it's like you have addiction. And to be able to solve the issue of addiction, you have to first recognize that you have a problem. And that's what's happening with CDC. They were in power for 6 years, they lost an election, and they can't come to terms with the loss because they were hoping for 24 years or 36 years. And the people booted them out of power after 6 years. So until they can sit down and accept responsibility for their loss, for the misrule they have for 6 years, and take concrete actions to course correct and rebuild as a party, the CDC is going to collapse. It's going to not be a strong player in the coming 2028 or 28 and 29 elections. But let me just talk about Minister Nuta's appearance today. I think it was great to hear about the plans that they have, the executive order. It is the beginning of industrialization for our country. And I've shared in the past that the export and extract industry is not going to build Liberia. So I'm glad to see today that the president and his team are looking in the direction of beginning to industrialize Liberia. But this is something we should look at further beyond the rubber industry. Even though rubber is one of the biggest sectors in Liberia, we have to look across our economy and how we can come together as Liberians to say, okay, what can we do to create more jobs for the young people, to create opportunity, to produce locally produced goods that we can consume, that we can use in Liberia. That's the only way, and expand the economic base of Liberia. That's the only way we can build a middle class and take this country from where we are today to the promised land. And finally, on the transaction fees, announced by Orange, I think this is law. This is as per the CBL, the Central Bank of Liberia regulations. But it is Benjamin Franklin, former president, Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Yeah, nothing is certain in this life but death and taxes." You see, transaction fees, when you do mobile money, even people who are in the US, when you send money, even by the bank, even though the fees are manageable, you pay probably $40, depending on the bank, or $25 for a $10,000 transfer. When the receiving bank in Liberia receive that money, there's a transaction fee that they apply based on the CBL regulation. Some banks charge up to $50. There's a ceiling. You can't charge more than that, but you can drop their prices. That's what is happening in the mobile money world. When Orange came in play, MTN was doing the mobile money before Orange jumped in the play, in this sector. So Orange did a promotion wherein they started with 0%, and then it went to 1%. But now that MTN is also gaining ground and taking back their customers, Orange is now trying to see how they can change their fees as well. The fees they are charging, it is still within the regulation of the CBL. But let's just say this to Liberians. This is not new, but we have to find a way to pay taxes to government, and not only through money transaction, but real estate taxes. If you're doing businesses to file taxes at the end of the year, it is only when Liberians step forward and pay taxes that we can truly contribute to nation building. Look, it is not necessarily a bad thing. We just hope that the government continue to review these policies when the economy is improving to see if there's an opportunity to reduce these fees for the end users and for the consumers. I think that's what we should be looking at. But I want to thank you again and thank my fellow panelists for being on here tonight. And thank you, Yekasi.
Okay, thank you very much. Konegre, let's hear from you, please.
Yeah, Yakazi, thanks, man, for being there. When it comes to a party headquarters, most people see it as a home that they've been doing business in for a long time. It's very difficult for us to leave home. Um, for the CDC, probably their soul, the entire mind is tied to that particular real estate, that spot. We fond to call that place the Sycamore Tree. But anytime you take a decision to move your home, the sooner you move, the better it will be, because you'll be able to transfer that same love for that particular spot you live in to the new one. But what I see the CDC party, in my opinion, is struggling with maintaining their status in the political arena. They still have people who are loyal to the organization, but I think it will cost them less if they can find a new spot and just go and reestablish the headquarters and then transfer all that love for that particular spot to the new one. But I don't think if some of the big leaders are willing to spend money, they're used to seeing the common man bringing their little penny and smaller change. But for them to look at, their own money now, I heard somebody gave $6,000. $6,000 could get you a lot plus, and you can start building a new headquarters. If you believe in the party that this is for the long haul, you got children, great grandchildren that will come tomorrow and inherit that party. Look at it from that perspective. I heard one of the leaders said the only way they could buy the place was if they put the deed in the name of their child. That's the Liberian way. Everything cannot benefit one individual, me in a particular. It can be my generation, but if citizens believe in their true sense, they believe in their party philosophy, they will come together and move to a new spot and build a beautiful CDC headquarters and leave the family to tussle over their property alone. That's just my own advice. But I think there's a loss of interest once they lost. Look, one defeat in politics is not something that can take you away forever. If that were the case, we'll not have unity party today because they were in the middle of their love for one particular spot when they kicked them out and they move on and they won elections. So I will ask the CDC not to make this particular issue to defeat their purpose. On the line of the fee levies, I understand before when some of us send money with like Sendwave, people say, "Oh, I received the money," but then they take fees from there. So maybe that's the processing fee for handling. Now, when it comes to the mobile institution that is responsible for that, maybe they are now levying their own fees. At first, it was our government is coming out to levy fees. That the previous one was for the mobile, organization that were handling the fees. Say, for instance, Orange. And now, Lone Star, if you send with Sendwave, they used to take, I think, somewhere like 2% or so. That we're talking about. If you send $100, for instance, they'll take about $3 or $4 from there. And then now government is coming with 2%. So we're still within that margin. But like Cash App, if you want the person to receive the exact change, you make sure you add the fees there, and they will get at least close to what they're intended to get. But the mobile money should not be the only revenue government should be levying fees. There's so many other things government don't even pay attention to. And this is where, look, in this place, you can tax the the general out of us. Everything you do, even the food you buy, they put a fee there. The gasoline you buy, all kinds of fees are tied into it. So taxation is just how government survive. It's just how we build society. I'm not saying that it's not going to hurt, but the moment you get used to it, you move on because hey, you can be complaining about a situation that will happen anyway. But Liberia is still one of the lowest taxed countries in the world. I go to Ghana every time I buy food. I see VAT. Sometimes they're charging 7%, 8% for a small donut that I buy from a shop. We don't have that in Liberia, so we're just coming into that arena. I think with the kind of way government is embarking on this heavy project like road building, this construction, that manufacturing, I think it's better to always stay within the taxation margin and try to tax people to pay a little bit more so that we can get the benefit through service. Otherwise, yeah, because our country would just remain like that. I wouldn't expect government to take $500 million and put even 100 million towards development of the country. Unless we tax and government has that money in the revenue, then they'll be able to at least come up and develop the country. The country has been that way for some time because we don't want to tax. Well, hopefully we'll try to do something. I'm not moving forward for the people to be taxed to their death, but we have to do something to make Liberia come forward. Otherwise, we'll just remain the way we are. Yeah, KZ. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Great. Thank you, Fubi. Thank you, Tamba. And thank you, all of you who have been following the show live on Spoon TV, on Fabric TV, and on Super TV, on our various frequencies here in Liberia, 107.5, 101.1. You can join the CEO and his team of panelists on tomorrow for another captivating discussion here. My name is Yekezi Zobel, and it's been a wonderful time being here as your producer. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's Mr. One.